else that is in a position to give us that feedback. But the CEO, you're correct, it's a month after being appointed, and then the chairperson. Jabu, can you perhaps help us with that?
So the CFO, sorry, the CEO was appointed on the 14th of April 2020, the NFVF. And then a couple of months later, you resigned.
There's another individual that up until August.
Seconded.
Oh, that was a seconded, yes. So I'm not too sure whether we can talk about coincide or is it different scenarios, but you are correct. The CEO and the chairperson, they have resigned. But we have someone that is seconded as the acting CEO, but that was up until August.
Illegally so.
Yeah, that was up until August, and but they have indicated in some of the presentation that the time expires on the 5th. That's today. Cool.
And then there was an appointed CEO after the...
Yeah, they are the ones who will be responding, have a better responding on that, because that's why, and that's the reason why we have them here. Can we just also get some order when it comes to the translation? Because I see the translation facilities has been requested, and I have not received at any given time notices of that, and I take it for granted that it was for Honorable Kunu and Mr. Kubani. So if we can get clarification, I believe we will definitely utilize your service elsewhere better if they are not here. So they must really inform us. We cannot have a situation where the members are not here and we have deployment of translation in this meeting. Can you clarify for us, please?
Yes, Chair, the two gentlemen are coming from language services. The two members that have requested translation are not in the meeting. I just received a message from Siso indicating that Mr. Kobane is not joining us, and Mamum Kunu is with the Portfolio Committee on Women and the Women Committee. Yes, Chair. I forgot.
Cool. Can we write a letter to them? Yeah. Can we write a letter to them that we solved it, and you are happy to leave if you would like to, because they are not here. And I am so sorry, I apologize to you, but we must follow procedure. I believe you are being paid by the hour and it's big money. No, I'm saying that on a lighter note. You can be utilized, but you are happy also to sit if you would like to. You are happy to yes. Honorable members, we are going to start to deal with the minutes. Bear in mind, you cannot propose and you cannot second if he was not in the meeting. Make sure he was in this particular meeting. That's why I allow you to come a little bit late. So the procedure again, members has been given the opportunity to give their input, make their corrections. So let's not, reinvent the wheel, and let's go for it. It's quite a number of minutes that we have to deal with. We're going to start with the 3rd of June. Page 1, page 2, 3rd of June, page 3, page 4, page 5, Safa, yeah. Page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9. Is there a proposal and a second that we adopt this minutes? Honorable Mtetwa.
I propose the adoption of the minutes, Chair.
Thank you so much. A seconder. Who was in that meeting? In the seconder, Honorable Khabo. Thank you so much. Let's go to the minutes of the 10th of June. Page 1. Was that all people present? Page 2. NAC. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. The final page, page 6. Can we get a proposal and a second that we accept the minutes? Adopt it, Honorable Khabo and Honorable Mtetwa. We are now moving to Tuesday, 17 June. Minutes with Honorable Molatani's best friend, Athletic South Africa. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. I want us, while I was saying Honorable Molatani's best friend, I want us to just for a moment stop at the recommendations or resolutions. The reason why I have explained yesterday pertaining to the decision for a forensic audit, investigation, or I see it is in Minister to submit a report on the full investigation. And you see, it says on the full investigation and not forensic investigation. And here's my problem playing with words. I engaged with the president of SASCOC, and he informed me there's no money for forensic. So are we in a position to correct that, because we did say a forensic, Honorable Khabo?
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Can we just get order? We must make some arrangements with what is happening now. We cannot have people coming in and fetch food. We either leave it outside. Is the food for members? Have members or enough? Because this is unacceptable. Honorable Khabo, my apologies.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Like you always say, in terms of changing a true reflection of a meeting during the process of adoption, I think we can leave it as it is. Now, when we get a response, we're able to coin it correctly, because we will now be preempting the response based on a sideline engagement.
Yes, but we are having the minutes now in front of us where there's a true reflection. But for me, it's not a true reflection that we say we submit a report on a full investigation. A true reflection for me is we said that the minister must submit a report on a full forensic investigation. So that's the only word that we can add, and then we adopt the minutes.
No, definitely. I fully agree with you. My argument was that we cannot change it just because of in terms of your site engagements, you were briefed that there is no money. So I'm saying the forensic part, we can include it because it's a true reflection. So we don't change anything. We leave it with the forensic.
Yes,
that is what
course.
I agree with you on.
Of course, yes. So do I understand you correctly that we say forensic?
Our agreement was forensic.
Oh, forensic, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I also add it like that. Honorable Molatane, then Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think, Chairperson, on the very same item, if my memory serves me well, and I know they serve me well, even the minister, he did mention the issue of doing the forensic audit. So I think it needs to appear somewhere in the resolutions.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa.
Unless I'm reading different resolutions, because the issue of conducting a forensic audit on Athletics South Africa is there. The issue of conducting a forensic investigation into the usage of the credit card is there. The submission of a full report is, my understanding is that it means from these forensic investigations, different forensic investigations for different purposes, the minister must submit a full report. That's my understanding. It must be a full report of both items that have been highlighted in our meeting.
Noted. Thank you,
Thanks.
Honorable Mtetwa. Can we have a proposal and a seconder to adopt this minutes? Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable
I
Moratsane.
I propose adoption of the minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I support the proposal.
Thank you, Honorable Moratsane. We're now going to till Tuesday, 24, briefing by the AGSA, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7. With that said, no comments or corrections. Can we ask a proposal? Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Before we move for the adoption of the minutes as a true reflection, part of the resolution that we had reached was that the administration must make sure that all entities' plans are in place, aligned with the budget to be allocated to those entities. If you had remember correctly, I'm worried that we raised a lot of issues in terms of what is it that the department must do. But one of the critical things that we made mention when we were refusing to adopt, or when we were indicating that we will not be adopting the budget, is because of we did not get confirmation from the CFO whether entities of the department, whether they have submitted their plans and whether those plans are aligned to the budget allocated to them. So I thought that we must include that part because it was a resolution. Thank you very much.
I agree. Thank you for that. You have that, Chabu. I also had a discussion with someone today, I can't recall now, where we have to have some engagement with the Speaker's office as well as Honorable Frolic's office. Because sometimes we make some of these recommendations, and the next best thing, Honorable Khabo, you will be able to participate in the big walk in the back, where is it called? Around the bush, and we've made recommendations. And so these things, we need to weigh it up to what extent there are pressure from whichever office so that our recommendations be taken seriously. What I was saying in passing, what you said now, the alignment and our recommendation. Our recommendations in the past, most if not all of the time, seems not to be taken serious. We are going to participate, me and you. I'm already registered. I've been registered for the 5 kilometer in Rondebosch for the big walk. It is in contrary what we have recommended in the past.
I asked you, Chair.
Let's go to Friday 4. Adoption. Okay. Sorry, Honorable.
No, I submit that the minutes are a true reflection of what we discussed, and with the amendments, I propose adoption.
Thank you so much. Is there a second, Honorable Mahata?
Thank you very much. I second with any amendment. Thank you very much.
let's go to Friday the 4th, page 1, page 2, page 3, including page 5, a list of abbreviations. Is there any proposal, Honorable Khabo?
Chairperson, I move for the adoption with an emphasis of item 5 on the resolution as a true reflection. Thank you very much.
Is there a seconder, Honorable Musa? Honorable Musa was in this meeting. Tuesday, the 8th, the meeting between Basic Education, signing of the MOU, page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, including page 8, abbreviations. Can we get a proposal and a seconder that we adopt the minutes as is? Honorable Khabo.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Before we move for the adoption, we had requested that we should have a follow-up meeting, a joint meeting with Department of Basic Education. That was one of the resolutions as we were discussing the implementation of the MOU signed between the Department of Basic Education and Sports, Arts and Culture. Now, if you look at the questions or issues that we had raised, we were questioning the implementation of the program. We then resolved that we should have a joint meeting with the Department of Basic Education. Because remember, the MOU has been signed, but we did not understand what was the progress in terms of the implementation of that MOU. That's why we had resolved that we should have a joint meeting with the Basic Education in terms of the discussion of this MOU. If you remember correctly, thank you very much.
No, I remember correctly, and there was even some representative from Basic Education that did not want to speak out on something when questions were posed to her. Are you happy? We can add that as a 11th point. So who are the proposer and the seconder? Honorable Mtetwa proposed, Honorable Walatsani with that additions. The interpreters has just left. It's the second time that they are here.
Does it mean, Chair, that they are...
Uh, 11 July, honorable members, the Sport Trust. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5. I just want to mention something. I'm not too sure. Can we take that up as a recommendation? Remember, with this particular meeting, I said that members must be more closer involved in also with the identification of projects. I'm not sure who can remember that. I said that members in their various respective provinces must also come up with proposals. Can we add that, honorable members? Because what we have seen here was that developments in a particular area. So the likes of Christiana should come up in the future, the like of Limpopo, Mpumalanga, and all those provinces. Can we add it? With that addition, can we, Honorable, you wanted to add something? Honorable Mtetwa?
No, I move for adoption, Chair. Thanks.
Adoption on the proposal?
With
Honorable
amendment.
Khabo?
Sorry, I was supposed
Yes.
to say with amendment.
Yes. Honorable Khabo, second. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, honorable members, we are done with the minutes. Thank you so much for that. I want us.
While we are still on minutes, Chair, I know we are done with closing. I know we are done with the minutes, and in a way, I want to plead with your good self and the team. This thing of papers, you are creating a crisis for ourselves unnecessarily. I'm raising this because of the minutes are being sent to us electronically. Government of the people has made sure that we've got the necessary gadgets. So there's natural, and in fact, there's no need for us to print out papers. This is a paperless revolution.
Yeah, I think it's a question of choice. I want my papers. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something now. With the emails, there were members struggling getting this document now. And I also understand members don't come with their laptops, because I hear what you say. What we perhaps can do is to open a folder for that particular meeting and go into that folder. But members don't want to come with their laptops, and I also understand that it's a lot. I hear what you
No,
say.
I'm fine, Chairperson. Last time we had this discussion, maybe your age is catching up with you. We had this discussion, we then separated those that want to be given papers from those who do not want to, because it does not make sense to me. Why must I be brought a mori of papers when I'm having my gadget with me? So I'm saying we had this discussion before, and I'm not trying to impose it. I'm just reminding you, let's implement it as per our agreement. Separate those who would want to carry a bag full of papers and those who will be carrying their smaller gadgets, so that we don't have problems unnecessarily. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
No, I agree. Johnny, I hope you take note about that. Because for me, this is the only difference that between those having it on a laptop and those carrying it. Those carrying it, will have seems to have the much more knowledge than those having it on a laptop. Yeah, Johnny will ask each and every member. I agree with Honorable Khabo. Johnny will ask each and every member. Honorable Khabo is a millennial now. Yeah, look at that's why. Yeah, it's 2000. Honorable Malatani.
Yeah, Chair, you know, it's a good day today. When I arrived here, I was a little bit down, but I've just received the good news I want to share with the portfolio. My daughter, she's writing books, and she entered this competition last year, and she got position 4 in the whole country. And that position 4, they said that automatically she entered into an international book writing. And she has just received the message that she has made it to the second round. So,
Congratulations. You must be a proud mom. Honorable members, we have dealt with the program, with all the additions being made. I just want to put this program to you for adoption, but with one disclaimer, and that is that we still face a challenge with SAFA, but we are in the process to safeguard the whole situation. If not, we'll have to see them in the fourth quarter. As suggested and proposed yesterday, I would like to request members the consideration and adoption of the amendment of the third committee program. Honorable Mtetwa.
Today I specialize in proposing adoption.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Seconder. Honorable Molatane.
Chair, I will second the adoption.
Thank you so much. Portfolio Secretary, please take note. That brings us to the fourth point where we will invite the Minister and his entourage so that we can start this meeting. John. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, guests, let me use this opportunity to welcome each and everyone at this important meeting. We are going to discuss and focus on aspects of our oversight role as members of this committee pertaining to sport, arts and culture. We will receive for these 2 days crucial briefings from the department. And today we are dealing with NFVF, the National Film and Video Foundation. We're going to hear about the annual performance plan. We're going to hear about discussions of appointments of council, investigations, responses to all allegations of funding irregularities, mismanagement, including nepotism. We are also today joined by the Service Commission, whose oversight covers a wide range of responsibility pertaining to fairness, accountability, and many other things. Members will have the opportunity to peruse and view these presentations in order to fulfill their responsibility when it comes to their oversight. I also want to state categorically that this committee is not a court of law and does not have the authority to deal with complaints, to make judgments or decisions on internal matters. It is important that entities and those out there who have problems, they must follow the rule of law and adhere to due process for addressing internal discourse. It is our role as members of Parliament to exercise oversight in line with our legislative mandate, following recommendations and expressing our views based on the findings when it comes to fairness, accountability, and the adherence of applicable laws. These recommendations and discussions that we are going to have here today will then be submitted to Parliament for ratifications, where we as members of Parliament will have the opportunity to discuss and to debate, and if time deems it fit, vote on some of these issues. With that said, I once again would like to thank the Minister with his busy schedule. I also would like to thank the Deputy Minister for her presence here today. And I would like members to do what is best for this country. With that said, honorable members, I am going to invite members from my right-hand side to introduce themselves, following the professional staff members, and then I'm going over to the Minister to introduce his entourage. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Eugene Mtetwa. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture, deployed by EFF. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Paulina Makhato, member from Limpopo, member of the ANC. I'm deployed here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Imran Musa from the Al Jamaa Party, member of the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts and Culture, and also the leader of Al Jamaa in Parliament. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Gift Mutaung. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee of Sports, Arts and Culture, and I'm a member of the MK Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, or in fact, good afternoon to everybody else. My name is still Khaulatli. The surname is Khabo. I'm a member of this portfolio. I'm deployed by the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Leah Potgieter from the Democratic Alliance. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, everyone. I thought Chair was going to correct a certain situation before we can even start to introduce ourselves. So I will allow Chair to correct that situation before. Thank you.
Honorable members, we do have visitors in our midst. And the reason why I did not do that, Honorable Molatsane, is because in my personal capacity, I do not have a problem. But it also have the potential to create a precedent for future meetings of this nature when members of your political party or Honorable Mataung's political party enters this parliament with political regalia. But I want to read to this meeting the conduct pertaining to members. But at times, sometimes, in this particular case, conduct also will have an extension to those being present. In terms of Chapter 5 of our Rules of Assembly, the ruling is as follows: that members must dress in a befitting and dignity manner, and also respect the decorum of the House. Members are not allowed to take photos, and that applies to our guests. Members are not allowed to take video footage during proceedings, speak on a cell phone, eat, read newspaper, or in any other way conduct themselves in a manner not befitting the dignity and decorum of this House. Pertaining to the ruling of political regalia, as I have said, the situation present has the potential to create a precedent. This is an open meeting. Anyone is welcome. But as the chairperson of this meeting, to prevent future happenings of this nature, I would like to request the guests to consider remove the political regalia if that is possible. Thank you so much, and thank you, Honorable Molatsane. And like I've said in person, I do not have a problem, but we should respect the decorum and also prevent creating opportunities for you, Honorable Molatsane, to lobby a lot of members of your party with their regalia. So we have set the tone now. We may proceed with the introduction.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Matsulo Molotane. I'm a member of this portfolio committee deployed to the Parliament by African National Congress. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Chairperson, colleagues, guests. My name is Marlon Daniels, a boy from the Eastern Cape, Port Elizabeth, entrusted to serve as a member of this portfolio committee and also as the Chief Whip in Parliament for the Patriotic Alliance. I thank you.
Professional staff members, starting from my left.
Good day, everyone. Good day, Minister, Deputy Minister, members of the committee. My name is Achabulile Etumi Samtia. I'm the Secretary for Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister, all guests present and members. My name is Fiona Clayton. I'm the Committee Content Advisor.
Good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister, members of Parliament, all guests present. My name is Johnny van der Westhuizen. I'm the Committee Assistant for the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, members, DM, Minister, and guests. I am Vuyokazi Guam, Party Support Staff Researcher from the ANC Caucus. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members and guests. My name is Sifuile Mazansi. I'm a member of the public. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Minister and the Deputy Minister, the Chairperson, and the members. Simpio Mgonyama, Office of the TG.
Afternoon, Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, and the members. My name is Bulela Kulata, the Executive Secretary to the Chairperson. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. My name is Lindinxiwa Mahlasela, the Committee Researcher for Arts and Culture.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, Deputy Minister, and guests. My name is Dr. Jacobo Jacob More, the Researcher for Sport and Recreation in the Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. Good afternoon, Minister and Deputy Minister and everyone else. My name is Sibongile Maputi. I assist the committee with communication sometimes.
The Minister.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Naren Sipo.
Just a second. We are going to the Department Sports, Arts and Culture now.
Good afternoon, honorable members, the Deputy Minister, the DG, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, and all members present. My name is Gaten McKenzie. I'm the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, Minister, DG, colleagues. My name is Peace Mabi. I'm the Deputy Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, members, Public Service Commission, and everyone in the room. I am Dr. Cynthia Kumalo. I'm the DG.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, Minister, DM members, and colleagues. I'm Charles Lears. I am the Minister's Special Advisor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, colleagues, and honorable members. I'm Sbosiso Tsanyane, Acting DG, ACPD.
Good afternoon, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister, all colleagues present. It's Michelle Boitzer, the Parliamentary Officer to the Ministry.
Good afternoon, Chair, Minister and Deputy Minister. I'm Ludwig Ralevipi, the Office of the Director General.
Can we start from my left-hand side at the back?
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister, and colleagues. My name is Dr. Kulufelo Sidibe. I'm the Deputy Director General from the Public Service Commission.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable Members, Minister, Deputy Minister. I am Errol Magaman. I'm the Cluster Commissioner for Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Minister and Deputy Minister and DG and colleagues. My name is Ashley Searle. I'm the Resident Commissioner for the Public Service Commission in the Western Cape.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yazid Kamaldin. I'm a board member of the National Film and Video Foundation, appointed since November 2024 by the Minister. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, your Honorable Members, Honorable Minister, Honorable DM, the DG, and my fellow colleagues. I'm Togozisi Khadebe. I'm a Deputy Chair for the NFVF. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the Minister, to the DM, Chairperson, and to the Honorable Members. My name is Siposetu Mtamzeli. I am the Council Member for the National Film and Video Foundation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Honorable Members, and Minister and the Deputy Minister and the DG and colleagues. My name is Peter Makaneta. I'm the CFO of the NFVF. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Honourable MPs, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, and the rest of the colleagues. My name is Onge Dumeko. I am the Head of Operations at the NFVF.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Members of Parliament. Afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister, as well as all colleagues. My name is Yolanda Olwetungakotwana. I'm currently the Head of Industry Development at the National Film and Video Foundation.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, DP. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Nelu Swapam from the National Film and Video Foundation, Acting Head of HR. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Pegomuzi Lala, and I'm with the African Film DAO, and I'm one of the governors.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and all present. My name is Joel Reuters. I am one of the board members of the African Film DAO.
Good afternoon, Minister. Good afternoon, DG, and to all the members who are here. I am part of the African Film DAO and also a member of the board. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Carnita Booley. I'm a member of the EFF.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Wiam Williams. I'm a multiple award-winning filmmaker. I'm the founder of the African Film DAO, co-founder, and the chairperson of the board of the African Film DAO. DAO, DAO, is a decentralized autonomous organization registered on the blockchain. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Naren Siupol. I am from Creative Futures Consulting, an independent consulting company in the interests of arts, culture, and development. Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members, ministry and guests. We are quite a large contingent present. And like I've said in my opening remarks, it is a very important meeting. So it will be tomorrow as well. I just want to share another apology. So it will be tomorrow as well. I just want to share another apology. We have received an excuse, an apology for tomorrow, with, or rather from the Education Committee. of MGE. They are key to tomorrow's meeting. Dr. Kumalo, very key. And we also understand the viewpoint, but it is for us important to have them here tomorrow. I would really want them to be present. The lame excuse of engagement and waiting for the speaker has nothing to do with this committee. That was a process on its own between the department and the speaker's office. So we don't want them to be in contempt of Parliament by not coming. The minister, due to his official program, has indicated to me that he will be present on the hybrid as well. So we would like to have that committee present tomorrow. With that said, honorable members, I would now want to invite Dr. Kumalo, who will briefly. Honorable Mtetwa, just a second.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I just wanted to find out who is leading the entourage from NFVF. Would request that maybe they could take the front seat so that we are able to see them closely.
Yeah, even if it's just two.
Yeah.
Can members move one up?
CEO.
If we can move one up, because we normally have, even if it's, yeah, the CEO, director. Yeah, in front, in the line where the minister, come this way.
The deputy chairperson, chair, and maybe if the CEO is not available, CFO could. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtetwa. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chairperson. The presentation is a departmental overview, which we normally use in terms of a standard format regarding the performance.
Just a second, Dr. Kumalo. Honorable Khabo.
Thanks, Chair. I was a bit worried of the movement while the DG is presenting, but of importance, I wanted to check who's leading that delegation. Is it the chair? Is it the CEO? Is it the deputy chair? So to also understand who will be leading the delegation and who will be taking responsibility of our questions. Thank you very much.
Can we perhaps just give the name of the person that will be responsible for answering the questions?
Towards Iskate, the deputy chair of NFVF. Thank you, Chair.
Great. Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chair. The presentation would cover the mandate, non-financial performance, financial allocation. It's a standard format, Chair. Maybe let me not go through the index. The acting DDG will take the meeting through the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon once again. I'm just going to take you through the overview presentation. As DG has said, it's a normal standard presentation that we normally do. If we can go straight to the slide on mandate of the NFVF. I'm not going to read line by line, Chair, because the presentation is with the members. But safe to say that the entity was established in terms of the NFVF Act. Can I get the next slide? I'm not sure. Computer is frozen, but let me continue while they sort that out. It was established in terms of the NFVF Act, Act 73 of 1997. It is, as amended, Chair, and it is a Schedule 3A public entity classified under PFMA, and the mandate thereof is to promote and develop the South African film industry while creating opportunities with the focus of the previously marginalized and disadvantaged individuals to actively participate in the sector. In terms of the NFVF performance on non-financial matters, we have 3 years that we looked at in terms of its performance from 2021-2022 ending 23-24. At the time of submitting the presentation, the stats were standing at 100% for 23-24. The previous years was 95 and 96 respectively. On financial allocations, apologies, Chair, the slide is not moving. And apologies.
As long as you are moving, don't worry.
Okay. Thank you. If members are fine with that, I can proceed on to financial allocations for the NFVF. We can move to the financial allocation slide. NFVF receives the baseline allocation from the department, and it does not receive any infrastructure grant because of its nature. There are no infrastructure funds allocated to the NFVF as they rent offices. But the baseline for the past 3 years, 24-25, 25-26, and 26-27. So it's 26-27 is current. It stands at 160,777,000. The previous year it was 157,707, and 24-25 was 147,150,000. We've put a note there at the bottom, Chair, to say that in terms of the Act, Section 16.2 of the NFVF Act specifies that 75% of the funding that is received by the NFVF shall be used for grants supporting film and video industry, while 25% is therefore reserved for administration. So meaning that anything from staff matters to any other administrative work is covered by the 25%. So the bulk of the funds must go towards funding films. And in terms of the audit outcomes, NFVF has been receiving unqualified audit findings. That's an unqualified outcome with findings. The 24-25 financial year for the NFVF will be incorporated into the annual report that is still to be tabled in Parliament. But the findings are unqualified for those 3 years. And there are issues that are being raised by the AG in terms of the audit outcomes, which the NFVF will expand on how these are dealt with to ensure that there is no repeat. But the three findings that are there is the material misstatements that were identified in the annual performance report, which was submitted for auditing. There was also an irregular expenditure of 1,078,582, which was incurred. So the expenditure was not approved by Entities Council. The financial statement presented for auditing were not fully prepared with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by Section 55(1)(b) of the Public Finance Management Act. So those were the findings, Chair, that were identified by the AG. Now I'm going to go to the composition of council, which I think it's one of the issues that the committee had requested that we furnish information on. The composition of council is done in line with the NFVF Act. In terms of Section 6, subsection 1 of the NFVF Act, it specifies that the foundation shall act through a council consisting of no fewer than 9 and no more than 14 members appointed by the minister in the prescribed manner. The appointment of council is to ensure transparent and representative process and must consider individuals with special knowledge or experience in the film and video industry, as well as those with specialist skills from other fields that would benefit council. In complying with the principles of transparency as required by the Act, the department then prepared an advertisement which was placed on 2 national newspapers and departmental website as well as social media platforms, calling for members of the public to nominate suitable persons to serve as council members of the NFVF. The closing date for these nominations were the 31st of August 2024, which was subsequently extended to the 10th of October 2024. A total of 259 nominations were received in response to the public call for individuals to serve on the council. The Act then requires that all nominated individuals be interviewed. Hence, invitations to attend interviews were sent to all nominated candidates. In accordance with Section 6(2)(6), paragraph 2D of the NFVF Act, the department then published the list of nominated candidates or individuals for public objection as part of the council appointment process. This is to ensure that there is transparency and allow the public to submit written objections before final appointments are made. In this case, 1 formal objection was received from the public. An independent panel appointed by the minister in accordance with Section 6(2)(c) of the Act, with the responsibility to interview the nominated candidates and compile a short list after interviewing the nominated candidates in public. The panel consisted of the following members. It was Mr. Bruce Martins, the chairperson, Ms. Lamis Albertus, a member, Mr. General Ngubeni, a member, Mr. Chabedi Emmanuel Muloto, and Ms. Rami Chweni. The interviews took place over a period of 7 days because of the number of interviewees, from October 24th to the 26th, and October 28th to the 31st of in 2004. Due to the unavailability and withdrawal of some nominated candidates, the panel ended up interviewing a total of 247 candidates by the conclusion of the interview process. Out of the 247 candidates, the panel then compiled a short list of 22 candidates who were sent to minister to choose from to appoint the council or members to serve on the council of the NFVF. The minister appointed 14 candidates from the recommended names to serve on the council for a 3-year term as stipulated by the NFVF Act, and this term commenced on the 5th of November in 2024. The department conducted an induction with the council focusing on corporate governance, which includes the roles and responsibilities of the accounting authority, that's the council, in terms of the PFMA. The induction that the department conduct assists in reinforcing principles of accountability, ethical leadership, and effective oversight, ensuring that council members are adequately prepared to fulfill their strategic roles in alignment with the entity and the department's mandate. And the next slide, Chair, is the composition of...
That slide you can leave for 10 seconds. Leave it for 10 seconds for members to peruse. You don't have to speak to it. Members, the slide.
So the next 2 slides, Chair, the last slides, Chair, it's
Yes.
council members.
We can jump the next slide as well. We can jump the executive as well.
Okay, that's oversight activities, Chair, that are following.
We can jump that slide.
Okay. governance engagements as well. I think it's part of the standard info that we normally give.
Take us through the challenges.
The composition of staff also for record, Chair, will also skip. Then the last slide is in relation to the challenges. Chair, the general challenges broadly, the challenge is that of inadequate funding allocation, which then leads to a lot of complaints from the sector as NFVF is not able to satisfy everyone in allocating funding. Now, the NFVF, as the department, we encourage that they review the funding model and are encouraged to look at also the issues of implementing cost-cutting measures. So I think the NFVF will be able to share with us in terms of how they are dealing with the challenge of inadequate funding. It can never be enough, Chair, the funding that we receive against the needs of the sector that come every year. The other one is the issue that we have identified, the issue of the potential labor dispute, which pertains to cost of living adjustment. Staff also in the organization are faced with that. The NFVF is operating under a tight control because, as I said before, it's 25% that is reserved for administration. So it becomes very tight in terms of keeping up with the cost of living adjustment in terms of salaries for staff. But there are continuous engagements that do happen between labor, organized labor, and the NFVF. But we also encourage that salaries must not be increased up to an unsustainable level. So those are the challenges, Chair, that are broad. It's not that they are the only ones. I think Chair would know that there's also a lot of complaints that would come as we are going to be talking about them here today. But broadly, these are the challenges that we normally confront with, and we engage with the entities on them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Disek. NFVF, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'll just wait for the presentation to be projected. Oh, from my side. Oh, my apologies.
Honourable Chair and honourable members, maybe let me do the, while Onke is finding a spot from which to project, let me do the introductions. Once again, my name is Mtokozi Sratebe. I'm the Deputy Chair of the NFVF. I have with me, Chair, because we take this responsibility very seriously. In an ideal world, all 12 of us that remain on the board currently, from the 14 that was originally appointed, we would have loved to all come. But due to austerity measures and other, the diary is not coordinating and unavailability of some of the members, there's only 3 with me here. The Honourable Setum Tamzeli, she's a council member, and she kindly volunteered to come. And also Mr. Yazid Kamaldin right behind me is also another member, and then myself. So the 3 of us represent the other 12 that couldn't come here today, Chair. Yeah, and then in terms of the structure of our presentation, Chair, this afternoon, and the honourable members, I'm going to do just the overview, which is what I'm doing now, and then introduce the team. On the non-finance side, Ms. Onke Tumek, the one that's taking the position now, will do the non-financial.
Just a second for me. I see a few hands from my right-hand side. Honourable Mtetwa, then Honourable Musa.
Thank you, Chair. I think we don't want to assume that we know that there are certain people who have resigned. I think the Deputy Chair could address that issue to say who is the 12 that is still remaining and who are not here, and what are the reasons for them not here? Thanks, Chair.
Through you, Honorable Chair.
Just a second, let me take Honorable Musa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I also want to inquire whether you have a mandate from the other members. So that means there will be, if it's 12 minus 3, that's 9 members. Have you got a mandate to represent them? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just follow on what other honorable members have just raised. You know, it's so disturbing that out of 12 members, only 3 can be able to make it to this meeting. And last weekend, other board members, they were part of a Department of Sports event that was held in Rustenburg, where we need them most. We don't see them, but where we don't even think that they will come, they just show up. And if we don't talk about this, Chairperson, I think it will be a trend to other entities. When they come, they will just bring 2 or 3 people to come and represent them. And I think, Chair, we cannot move in this way, where only 3 board members are here, whereas it's still 12. Maybe if it was more than half, then it was going to convince us. But only 3, Chair. This can be right. Definitely this can be right, Chairperson. So I'm just asking myself, if they fail to come and account to the portfolio committee, are they available for their board meetings? I'm just worried about that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Let me ask is Deputy Chair, ne? Is a Deputy Chair. You're the Deputy Chair. Are you the Deputy Chair, I'm asking?
Yes, I am, Honorable Chair.
Let me ask you a question. What is the amount budgeted for NFVF?
You mean the total?
Yes. It's over 200 million. What's the precise amount?
I'm going to ask the CFO, Chair, so that I don't misrepresent the committee.
Thank you, Chair. It's 160 million rand.
160 million. You are dealing with a 160 million rand budget. You come tell us here that only 3 is available. My follow-up question, when we ask names for your representation, what are the reasons that you did not send it to Parliament?
You want a direct answer, Chair, from me?
Yes, I'm asking you.
Yeah. No, Chair, maybe let me answer it this way. From the invitation, it wasn't obviously clear that the entire board is requested to attend.
It's not true.
Chair, I think we can pull the invitation so that you can read it. I know that originally when we were supposed to come, I think around June, July, all 12 of us back then were prepared, and we were here, we were prepared to come, and I think that one was postponed, Chair. But this time around, it was debated, and I think I'm indirectly also, Chair, answering the honourable member who asked on the other side whether or not we've got the mandate, the 3 that is here, and also to give names like Honourable Mtetwa was asking.
You come back to the names of Honourable Mtetwa. What I'm asking, Parliament has requested a list from you of your delegation, you and your entourage. What are the reasons that we did not receive that? You see, that's why this industry comes across or looks the way it looked for the people outside. Because we are sitting here with people who are running 160 million rand, and with these small petty things, they can't give us answers.
I'm not sure, Chair, whether you still want me to answer.
Okay, it seems that we're not in the same meeting. Minister, can you have your input?
Thank you very much, Chair. I just think it's very unfortunate that I, as a minister, can make myself available. I wasn't available today, but I made sure that I write to the chairperson, say to him I'll be available for the first half of the meeting. That board members can just decide they're not available. It puts us in a very bad light. We shouldn't do that. And Deputy Chair, I would like, as the minister, I would like to know the reasons of each and every board member so I can report back to the portfolio committee. It can't be, you can't be that busy, then you should resign. Because this is committee by parliament. We all report to the committee. But we can't just decide I'm not going to go. I don't think anyone else would like to be here because you are being cross-questioned here. And nobody wants to be cross-questioned. But you have to. So I would really like I want to assure the chair, I will get that. And as soon as I have that, I'll come and report back and what action has been taken if the reason is unsatisfactory. Because it will start a precedence where all 27 entities start saying they're not available. They're not available. Thank you so much, Chair.
Let me give him an opportunity to respond. There was quite a few answers. I'm going to give members now. You see what you have caused now. You are making members angry here. This is Parliament. I'm going to give you an opportunity, Molachane. They are busy sorting something out there. Please sort it out and give us a report. Members, I'm going to give you an opportunity.
Chair, for the sake of time, in the interest of time, considering that the minister is going to leave before we even interrogate the important issues, I think the minister has taken an undertaking to give us a feedback on this situation. But also, it must be known that part of their budgeting is them knowing that they have to come to Parliament at any time, at any given time. So it can't be that they don't have a budget to come to Parliament, but they have a budget to go to other places. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Molachane.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me just make the chairperson of the board aware that powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act of 2004. It classifies that lying to Parliament. As the Parliament, we have the right to charge you with perjury. And you can be imprisoned up to 3 years. Or you can be fined to the amount which can be determined by the court based on the severity of the offense. And to me, I felt like the same thing that we always see in entities, that the board, they like to lie to us and we are always quiet. So I want to make the chairperson aware that lying to Parliament, we can be charged with perjury. And we cannot sit here and listen to all these excuses. These are the lame excuses, and I want to follow on the footsteps of the minister that if they can't perform their work, they must just pack their bags and go. We will replace them. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Musa, Khabo, and then Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
And then Honorable, my apologies, Honorable Mataung. You can go for it.
Yes, I think the Deputy Chair should know that the consequences of the other members lies on your head. There's another 9 members, and as I understand from our honourable member, that there could be criminal charges laid. So these matters and allegations should be taken seriously. And the fact that you don't have 90%, I mean 9 members not present here, is a serious indictment on yourselves and your reflection. The fact that you don't have your members here. And this shows total lack of responsibility as a deputy chair. So the consequences lies on your head, and as I asked earlier with regards to the mandate, because that will impact on the other 9 members as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks. Let me start by agreeing with the proposal of Honorable Mteto. To me, the board is just a drop in the ocean. The real issue is the presence of the minister when we are interrogating this report. So I would agree with the proposal. We continue with the meeting. I'm worried that at a time when we are about to entertain critical issues that the minister must respond to, the minister will have to leave. So I would plead with you, Chair. I second the proposal that we continue with our meeting and deal with issues related to the board. These other ones will entertain them later. I think our energy is far better than wasting it on the board and its attendance rather than dealing with the real issues that led to the appointment of this board. By the way, I'm not interested on engaging the board. I'm interested on the process that led to the appointment of this board, because these are some of the problems that we are having. You demonstrate to a large extent that you are a product of a questionable process. So let's allow the minister to be present so that we engage. Thank you very much.
Or is there still members that really want to say something? Honorable Dennis, Honorable Makata, you really want to say? Let me give Honorable Daniels, then Honorable Mataung, then Honorable Makata. I don't want us to waste further time. The NFVF plays an important role in the development of the film industry. Serious matters here. Proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll be very short. You know, those who pays the piper calls the tunes. It cannot be the other way around. It is undermining, and I would like, through you, Chairperson, I heard the ministers when he said that he's expecting a report. Through you, Chairperson, I would like the minister to put a time frame to when that report must be submitted. That's the only concern I have, because if we don't establish that, they are going to have a lot of gymnastics with the excuses and why it's not been submitted. Thank you.
Honorable Mataung.
Yeah. You know, it pains me because I expected the board to be here because of there's a lot that I wanted to ask them. And secondly, I just want to find out if this board, are they, maybe, should I say, are they involved in the industry or not? Maybe that's the question we need to ask ourselves. Because if they were involved in the industry, they would have been here. That's all that I want to say.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm going to be very short, as you said. I can say let's continue with the meeting. But I think we must hear the reasons why there are only 3. Just the small reasons, so that we can at least hear something from the Deputy Chairperson. I think he will not take long time, but I think he must try to tell us something. Thank you very much.
Do you have problems in NFVF? Serious problems. That's why you only 3. Tell us.
Other than the challenges that DISAC mentioned, Honorable Chair and members, I'm not aware of any other challenges, except as will be discussed when we finally do the presentations.
Okay, I'm going to give you 10 minutes high-level report.
on the challenges.
No. I'm giving you 10 minutes. Give us a high-level report of what you have presented to the committee.
All right, Chair. No, I think then I'm going to
High level, you know, in your industry. Shoop.
Yeah, that's why, Chair, I'm saying I'm going to allow Onket to make it to then present that part.
Come on,
thank you, the heads of operations. Thank you so much.
They do have challenges, Chair. They don't have a CEO. So how can they say they don't have challenges if they don't have a CEO?
No.
Yeah, you see what you've caused now.
Chairperson, can I raise on a point of order? There was a proposal, Chairperson.
No, Honorable Khabo, keep your word. You know what? I really want...
Chairperson, the minister is going to leave in the next 30 minutes. We are going to sit here speaking to ourselves here. We are playing to the gallery unnecessarily. The minister will be leaving. He has given us an indication by how fast he will be leaving. Now, if we're going to sit here, allow the deputy chair to present a high-level report, for what good reason when we should be taken into the presentation of the organization itself so that we are able to question the minister while the minister is still here? That is my only issue.
Yeah, Honorable Khabo, the norm is a presentation by the department following by the entity who's here. And I'm just doing that. Unless members say it's not necessary for that report, let's ask the questions.
President, I'm not saying you must deviate from the actual norm or proceedings. 10 minutes is just too much unnecessarily. Can you give us an overview of 5 minutes? They will then want to interact with the minister for 30 minutes.
Noted, Honorable Member. Honorable Potgieter? You have now 5 minutes.
Chairperson, will 5 minutes do justice?
Let's just hear something from him. It will not do justice at all.
5 minutes will do justice because we've already received the reports.
Yeah,
Thank you, Chair.
We just want to hear something. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. I think on the challenges, just an overview. One of the biggest challenge we have is that NFVF hasn't had a permanent CE for at least the last 5 financial years. And when we came in, that's one of the things that we tried to prioritize. And that process produced a particular CEO who's unfortunately resigned during the approbational period. We then had to go back, Chair, to the drawing board, and that second process has produced 4 solid candidates that we are interviewing next week, Tuesday, to try and deal with that stability, so that at least we know that we've got a leader operationally, and we are also hoping that the minister would appoint the chairperson very soon to replace the one that has resigned, with the effect recently resigned. Other than that, Chair, let me then allow the operations to deal with the overview that you asked for. Ms. Onket Tomeko, through you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. If I can just go through this as quickly as possible, just due to the time. NFVF is essentially an agency of the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. On the foundation of our enabling legislation, we have a vision to become a South African agency that enables a transformed, diversified and sustainable creative media industry. And we do that primarily through the funding solutions such as the grant administration. DSAC did cover the mandate. Some of our key strategic objectives are to guide the industry through evidence-based research, to elevate South African voices across the world, build strategic partnerships, prioritize inclusivity by focusing on previously disadvantaged individuals, and strengthen our contribution towards job creation, GDP growth, and cultural diplomacy. These are some of the core funding pillars that we have across all of the funding that we do, primarily development funding, production funding, marketing and distribution funding, and then skills development and training. And then in terms of our provincial placing, we partner through the different provinces just to make sure that we spread our impact nationally. So within Gauteng, we have partnerships with the Gauteng Film Commission, with Western Cape, the similar, entities such as Westgrow and then the KZN Film and Tourism Authority in KZN. So that's just the established provinces. With your more emerging provinces, such as the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, and the Northwest, we have similar partnerships, such as those in work that we do with the Eastern Cape Development Corporation, where we have a film hub in East London. And then with Limpopo as well, some of the work that we do with the Limpopo Economic Development Agency, and then the work that we do on the ground in the Northwest. Even though there's still some work that is in the pipeline there in the Northwest. And then if you look at your more underserviced provinces, such as the Northern Cape, the Free State, and Mpumalanga, we do understand, obviously, that there's still a lot of work that needs to be done here. For example, with our roadshows, we prioritize our efforts here to increase the numbers here, but we do fund a number of festivals in these provinces to make sure that we are delivering on our mandate. In terms of the APP, for 2025-26, the non-financial performance, there are 4 programs: administration, content development, training and skills, and then public engagement. So these are just the targets when it comes to administration. So these will focus on all of the financial targets and those related to human resources. Some of them also relate to the policies and the governance related matters to the entity. And then on content development, all of these targets relate to the core funding, the majority of the core funding that the organization does, your development projects, your production funding objectives, and the related slates that we do. So that's essentially for content development, and then all of the targets that relate to the co-production initiatives that we have. And then with program 3, with training and skills, this is then all of the targets that focus on our intentions to drive skills development in the industry with our national bursaries and our postgraduate or international bursaries, and then the other training programs that we have. And then program 4, public engagement, focuses on the partnerships that we have, but also primarily the activations that we do domestically and in other areas of the world. And then where we focus on the key strategic festivals that require our participation, and then also our efforts towards honoring filmmakers within the industry with the awards show that we implement, and then the grants that are related to marketing and distribution. So festival hosting grants and public screening grants and the like. And then just some of the success stories that the NFVF has had the privilege of seeing come to light with some of the funds that have been, some of the projects that have been funded by the NFVF. These are just some of the projects that we are highlighting, which have had premieres at very key international festivals, such as the Venice or the Berlin International Film Festival, and Lucky Fish, which also premiered and was the opening film at the local Durban International Film Festival, and then just the other key highlights that we have, South African filmmaker Kgodisa Mankuno's documentary, which won Best Documentary Feature at the American Black Film Festival in June. So these are just some of the highlights that we wanted to pick out. Sabbatical was recently screened at Ster-Kinekor across the country. And then so these are just quite a number of the highlights, some of the awards, some of the films won for Best African Film at the Joburg Film Festival. Some of them also won SAFTA awards. So they're just some key highlights from the projects that we have funded. I will hand over Chairperson to the CFO, who will take us through the 2025-26 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So our budget, as has been presented, Chair, we indicated it's allocated 160 million. So 75% of it, which is 120 million, goes towards the core work, which is content development, training, and our other strategic initiatives. And then we then left with only 40 million. And out of that 40 million, 37 million pays our employee costs, and then 3 million pays our office accommodation. Then we are then left with no money to pay for the AG fees, to even pay for our council fees. So as a result, Chair, we then have to depend on some of the retained surplus that we have been accumulating over the years. So in slide 32, Chair, we have outlined some of the proposed initiatives that we want to put in place in order to deal with our financial challenges. Obviously, we are aware about the pressure on the purse. So there are some initiatives that we have outlined in terms of having to review our funding model, and also to implement the film fund, which we think will assist us in terms of raising some funds in order to augment our budget. And there's also some of the challenges we've highlighted is in terms of monitoring the impact of the kind of work that we do. So there is a plan then to strengthen our M&E framework to assist in terms of ensuring that the funding that we pay out is able to be sustainable, and in order to assist the industry. So at a high level, Chair, those are the finances. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, if it's in order with you, may I deal then the same with the presentation by the public service, that we accept it as read. They are also here and has indicated that they are here in an observant fashion. If that is in order with you, my honorable members. With that said, I will now also then give an opportunity for deliberations for members to ask questions. And today I will start with Honorable Daniels, following by Molotani, Potgieter, Gabo, right to this end. If you want me to pass, Honorable Daniels, I'm happy to do that.
Why would I want to pass, Chairperson? Did you want to come back to me as a second thought? Chairperson, honestly speaking, it's not been a good start to the session of this meeting. When I look at the finances, the challenges that's been raised by NFVF, and when DSAC presented talking about inadequate funding allocations, I firmly don't believe that the allocations are inadequate. I want to just ask one question to NFVF, and then I will await their response before I continue. You have now, from 12 members, got a delegation of 3 people. Coming to this particular session, in line with your budgets, do you receive any funding from the allocated budget given to you for attending this meeting? Are there stipends involved? If so, how much for these particular sessions?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Through you, Honorable Daniels. I would like the CFO to give the exact amounts, Chair, so that I don't misrepresent Parliament.
Yeah, if there's a question posed and someone is affected, the CFO, respond immediately. Let's not go through the Deputy Chair.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Chair. So there's an allocation, Chair, of 1.5 million, for the board costs. So that will include their meetings as well as their claims. So for them to have to attend this event, we will have made funding available for that in terms of our allocation. Despite the fact, Chair, that we have indicated that out of the 160 million that has been allocated, 40 million is being consumed by payroll and office accommodation. Then we have to depend on the retained surplus in order to cover any other administrative costs, including board costs. Thank you, Chair.
So my direct question then is, let's talk about today. What are you getting for today, for coming here?
You mean in terms of stipends?
Yeah, you say there's 1.5 million board cost, which I understand you've explained it adequately.
Yeah.
But as an individual for attending this meeting today, are there any stipends allocated to you, and if so, how much per person?
It's 493 rand just per night. That's the S&T for the one night. And then obviously there are travel costs we book for the flights as well as the accommodation costs.
Thank you for that response. In my personal view, I don't think 493 rand is an exorbitant amount, because I see that they are still needing an extra 9 million rand to keep head above water. And it's a negligible amount in my personal view. We have to be fair and honest in one's opinion or view when it comes to these things. I think, Chairperson, that was my main thing, because I see the main issue here was budgets. Everything, no matter how we go around this thing, it's about money. And if the department is giving so much money to the tune of 160 million rand, is there no appetite from NFVF to also aspire and attempt to generate their own funding? Because the problem that we have is that people come cap in hand, and there's that entitlement that the department must give us money. And if there's a shortfall, then we have to run to the department and knock on the door and say, give us more. In this case, I've cited 9 million rand to keep head above water, which I don't think must be the order of the day, because that trend is something that we need to stop in its tracks, and we must stop it now, because we are not going to see any improvement from this entity if they are going to have this attitude of just expecting the department to fork out more money for them, and they're sitting back and not doing anything. So I want to park there for now, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Moletsani.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have so many sets of questions. If Chair is going to allow us to have the second bite.
Putting the stopwatch as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to start first with this issue, the composition of the council. I think when Mr. Tsanyano was presenting, he said that nomination for the board, it was up until 31st August, but it was extended up until the 10th of October 2024. I just want to check how many nominations were received by the initial closing date of the 31st of August. How many nominations were received out of that, and the reason why was the closing date extended? It was the 31st of August, and then it was extended to the 10th of October. What was the reason behind the extension of the closing date, Chair? What is the difference between the number of nominations obtained by the initial closing date of that extension? Before the closing date, what was the initial number that they got? And I think that one, it will fall on the second question I've asked regarding the reason for the extension. And are there nominations who missed the initial closing date and made it to the shortlist and the appointment or on the appointment of the council? If so, why are they, and why did you allow them? Because they failed to apply on the initial date of the 31st of August, but they applied when there was an extension, and they've made it to the shortlisting. What was the reason behind that, Chairperson? And a panel was assembled and conducted interviews of 247 nominees over 7 days, and that panel recommended only 22 to the minister. Who assembled the panel? Can we know who assembled the panel that conduct those interviews of 247 nominees? Who assembled the panel, and the criteria that was used in identifying that panel? Which criteria was used for identifying the panel? And not if possible, it's possible. Can the minutes of the meeting that informed the recommendation of the 22 nominees be shared with the portfolio committee? Can can those minutes be available to the portfolio committee? And how did the panel communicate with the nominees that those who did not make it? And what was the recommendation regarding not being appointed or not making it, Chair? I think, Chair, on my second questions, on my second bite, I will just come back on my second bite. Thank you, Chairperson. But can I get the answers now, so that if there is anything that is left out, I can be able to raise it again? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Any response on the questions being raised? Tisek?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Chair, the number, I would have to check the breakdown because we didn't do the breakdown. If I can be allowed, I'm just trying to check that with our admin staff, which was receiving the applications. I'm hoping that by the time we come back, I would receive that information, including the difference of who made it the first time around and who was then subsequently shortlisted. The reopening of adverts. I think the one other factor was that initially we had advertised for 14 days, and then when seeing that the time was a little bit short, then there was a request that maybe let's extend so that at least it's 21 days that we open for. So that was mainly the reason to open up the applications. In terms of the panel,
just a second for us, Honorable Mtetwa.
Chair, I don't think we should accept that explanation, because this meeting is about the complaints that were laid by members of the public around the process. So you couldn't have came here without the numbers, knowing that those are some of the questions we are going to ask. So I want to suggest that whilst we are seated here, the office people should send those figures now. Before we leave here, we must be able to get those numbers. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Molatani.
No, Chair, I was going to raise the same thing. I even look at a time to see that the office is still open. Can we have those information now? Because there's this tendency of DSEC. Every time we'll be requesting a certain information, they will say we'll bring it later, and they don't. So unfortunately, this is a new quarter. We are not going to work like the previous quarter. Information now or else, Chairperson.
Proceed.
Apologies, Chair. I think members didn't get me well. That's exactly what I said, to say I am checking now. By the time we return on the next round, we'll then try to supply that information. That's what I was saying. I was not saying next time. So apologies for that. Okay, I was dealing with the one for the opening of nominations. That part of it is, and I think if you would recall, is that a number of them where we would then now and again extend the period, because we can open between 14 and 21 days. So that's why we then ended up opening it up to attract more numbers to apply. The issue of the appointment of panel, the panel that interviews, as I presented before, it's the minister who appoints the panel. So the panel gets identified, and then in consultation with the minister, and then those are appointed to the panel, looking at also their involvement and also their expertise if they have participated in areas of content areas, and also other fields that would assist the panel to make recommendations. The issue of the 22 nominees' recommendations, it's in keeping with the Act. It's the Act that specifies that after the interviews have been done, and then the panel will then recommend a list of 22, which then is taken to the minister to choose from. The criteria as of selecting the members, it is in line with the Act as well, to look at as the Act specifies in terms of the expertise in the industry and other skills that the members would have. And I think one of the skills that you'd also look at is finance skills, look at governance skills, and also legal skills at some point. The minutes of the panel, yes, would be made available. They are present as the panel did meet to make deliberations and make the recommendations to the minister. I think that's about it, Chair.
Honorable Malachana, are you happy? Is it still outstanding? The minutes will be provided.
Chairperson.
You want the minister to massage us with the criteria that he used.
Who, the minister?
Maybe.
Regarding the panel. Yes, please.
Maybe I can also add another question, I think, was another answer to a question. Firstly, the panel that we used was people that understand the film industry. One, people that's in the film industry, people that's in the creative space. That was the first one. The second one, which I think it will show when Minister Simpiwe brings not the forms from the office. We chose this boards on youth, experience in finance, in marketing, in movies, but as a minister, I've added the extra thing there, and proof is there for you, for the honourable members to see, that I want every race to be included on the boards, because you'd see boards that doesn't have all the races in. In DSEC, the only board that doesn't have all the races in was the Freedom Park, because we couldn't find a white person that applied for Freedom Park. But so those are the criteria that we used. And the people that were sitting on this board together with the advisors and the people in the office, I said, let's look for people with experience in the film industry. And that's what we did. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I don't know if it's all of these documents, but I'm feeling exceptionally blonde today, Chair, and perhaps maybe somebody can advise. I've done many reports, KPIs, budgets, etc., and I have to say this is probably the most confusing one that I've ever read in my life. There's no budget alignment between the KPIs and between the initiatives. For me to say that you are lacking budget and that your core mandate line items equal 75% of your budget, but it's not itemized, I can't tell you that you need more budget. All I know is that you're spending an excessive amount on salaries. If I go to the DSEC report, if I stay in Cape Town any longer, perhaps. On page 11, you talk about 80% of the budget being allocated for employee compensation, but then on page 47 of this report, and this is not yours, so you'll excuse me, this comes from the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, the audited outcome for administrative costs was 246 million. Your estimated performance is 38 million. I'm not quite understanding the excessive discrepancies between the financial figures. They don't make sense. I even tried to run it through AI because I thought I was being stupid. And AI can't make sense of it because it says that there are serious discrepancies in the financials. So for me, I can't judge whether or not you actually need more budget or what you need it for because I can't tell what you're using budget for except for salaries. The KPIs, even in these reports, they don't run consistently. And there doesn't seem to be an actual KPI versus the actual result. And we're looking at, we've got the 23-24 estimated performance, which cannot be taken back to an actual KPI. So you'll say, for example, that you need to do research reports, but it doesn't tell me how many, by when, or for what. And then I get an estimated performance. So what am I observing? What am I judging this on? Just linking that with the PSC report, which is quite worrying because they talk about insufficient internal control mechanisms, non-compliance with legislation. They go on to talk about poor reporting on pending cases in terms of HR. They also talk about, and I'll tell you now, the lack of cooperation with other working government institutions and in terms of dealing with your budget cuts and working with external partners. And it doesn't seem that any of these are being addressed. Your audit essentially reads as, unqualified with findings and repeat findings. So nothing is actually being addressed year on year. Then they talk about the fact that there's 100% submission, but the department is not complying with feedback on potential conflicts of interest, and there's a number of senior managers that are engaged in other remunerative work without approval. So it seems there's a consistency of not under-reporting, but it's almost like hidden reporting. So nobody quite knows what's going on in your performance reports, nobody knows what's going on with the financials, and it's exceptionally confusing. I mean, I don't know, this is supposed to be, government's supposed to be about transparency and that every layperson, on the streets is supposed to understand what is being published. And if members of parliament, and again, Chair, perhaps I'm the one that's lacking here, if we don't understand it, then I don't see how any other person is supposed to understand it. It's very frustrating. And I really do think that you need to work on how you are reporting back to Parliament. I think this is probably where you're finding most of your issues. Just to say, Chair, I think it's the board members that didn't attend are the ones that are, should actually be taking the reprimand. Thank you to the ones that did attend. If you can give me some clarity on the CEO, because I see that there was an abrupt resignation shortly after appointment. What was the CEO's background in terms of appointment? And what made them stand out from the other candidates? So, in essence, why was he appointed? And what necessitated the immediate resignation? And I'd like to understand alongside that whether it coincides or if there was similar reasons for the resignation of the chairperson within a very short time period. And then I think one thing that arose from the complaints, Chair, was the conflicts of interest of various board members that are sitting on different boards throughout sports, arts and culture. And that does concern me, because if you have an interest in one board and you're sitting on 3 other boards, where does your interest actually lie? Where are you putting your priorities and your motivation and your passion? So if we can possibly, and that's probably a longer exercise, get an explanation as to that. With regards to the Honourable Molatsane's comments on the applications, I do think that it would be, it would be a good thing for us to get exactly which applications were approved for what amounts and what the projects were. I do see that the foundation focuses on high impact, but if you read their KPIs, their performance reports read, funding into low impact opportunities. And I'm not quite understanding why you would fund low impact if your target is high impact. It's very confusing. I'm finding, all of this documentation is great, but it's almost like I'm being buried in documentation so that I don't find the items that I'm actually looking for. I think if we get clarity on what we're being provided for financially in terms of performance targets, in terms of funding and the applications that were approved, we'll be in a much better position to assess what we're being given. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Potgieter. Any response?
Chair, can I respond to the one that pertains to, because I'm obviously the final person when it comes to appointments. The Honourable Chair, the Honourable members ask, there are some people that sits on different boards. I mean, let's just be straightforward. There's nothing wrong with that. If the law didn't want you to do that, they would not have allowed you to apply. It is common knowledge throughout South Africa, corporate world, state, where people sit on more than one board. So I just needed to answer that one. The other ones were not pertaining to me. Thank you.
KPIs, my favorite. Let's hear what the response is there.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. So I heard you raising the audit outcome to say there's been discrepancy. So the audit outcome that we have captured in the 2024-25 report includes 152 million rand of the PESP. So the AG obviously expects us to include it as part of our income. Hence, there is that discrepancy. But I think in slide 30 of the presentation, Chair, we have given the itemized budget. So you will see there that there is content development that takes about 66 million rand. But I think we've got a detailed budget that aligns basically with what is sitting in the APP. So there is. So you might not be able to read it directly when you look at our APP. However, we have ensured that there is that alignment in terms of the budget to the KPIs and the targets that have been set for the 25-26 financial year. And I had also a question raised about the repeat findings. So in the 24-25, Chair, we had about 19 findings that were raised by the AGSA. And this year, those findings have been reduced to 11. And in the 25-26, our target is to achieve a clean audit in terms of saying that there will not be any findings that have been raised. So there's been quite a significant amount of work, Chair, that has been put in place in terms of automating, for example, our grant management system so that it interfaces with our financial reporting system. And some of the findings that were raised by the AG this year were more, we can call it, more cosmetic findings in terms of saying they were not in agreement in terms of how we have been presenting some of the disclosures of the numbers. However, there's been no findings, for example, raised this year pertaining to grant funding. So I think as management, we are working towards achieving a clean audit into the 25-26 financial year. Obviously, subject to us ensuring that we've got stability in the entity, because Chair, all the entities that you see achieving clean audits, one of the success factors is the fact that you've got stability at the CEO level, you've got stability at the board level, you've got stability across the entity, because that's what they call it, tone at the top. So those are some of the things, Chair, that we are dealing with. And we've been having a lot of vacancies. In finance, for example, I'm the only one and the PA who are permanent staff members. We've been working through with temporary staff members because of some of the organizational restructuring that is currently taking place. But I think if we are then able to go past that in terms of stabilizing the entity, we can guarantee that we will be able to easily achieve a clean audit, because we are just the 160 million rand budget. It shouldn't be rocket science to achieve a clean audit. But the ingredients of a clean audit, obviously, is stability at the top, in the middle management, as well as throughout the organization. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, if I may, and perhaps maybe this can come at the end, but can we possibly get the PSC's comments as well? Thank you.
Yeah, before they comment, I want to ask something and add to that question. How do you report on your KPIs quarterly? Is it accumulative? Then why does it show a small number at the end? If it's accumulative, then it must be 4 and not 2. It must be 4. If you have your 4, you have 2, and the next one must be 4. Am I right?
So, Chair, if I may, the APP is structured in such a way where the 4 will be the annual target, and then the quarterly then will be a breakdown of that 4.
If you lose the quarter,
so
but you have a 2 on the other side, like the honourable member has said, your KPI must be accumulative. So you must add it every month. At the end of the day, at the last quarter, it must add to the amount of your target.
Yeah, so I think where the interpretation may be different is the way where the annual target is positioned, right? So from what I'm hearing from you, it would be preferred if the annual target is at the end, so that it's clear that you are accumulating up. But the way we have it structured is that your annual target is first, right? So the 4, and then the rest of the quarters are a breakdown of that 4, if that makes sense.
Okay, but we can have the discussion. Can we respond to Honourable Potgieter? You wanted to respond? The Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Chairperson. We did engage with the department, I think, on the 20th of last month.
You switch on the mic.
Is it on? Am I audible? Can you hear me?
I'm a little bit closer.
Okay, thank you. I say we did engage with the department, I think, on the 20th of August. We had a very cordial meeting. It was our first engagement with the department. Our presentation, which you have, I think it has been circulated to yourselves. Yeah. Focuses on the departments and not the entities, because in terms of the Public Service Commission bill, we still don't have the mandate to do oversight on any entity, including this one. With specific reference to the public service prescripts, a possible limitation given the dynamic nature of the mandate of the department and entities. As I said, we engaged with the department, cordial meeting. They agreed on the where they have to improve. From a public service compliance perspective, the department's programs is satisfactory in the areas of human resource management, labor relations, performance against set targets, management of complaints, and other related matters. The issues that we've raised here, it's your RWAP, the remuneration outside. There is a bit of a discrepancy. Audit outcomes from the AG, if you can look at the report, there is a bit of non-compliance there, and the compliance. Yeah. Areas of concern relate to that of repeat findings and the vacancy rate. The situation is unlikely to change due to the country's economic and fiscal challenges, as you all know that there are a lot of vacancies in a lot of departments, and for ourselves as well, our work is increasing, but our budget is not meeting the demand that's there, and that is a challenge to us as well. As the PSC prepares to expand its mandate to different types and also plan from a citizen's perspective, the PSC is on a learning as well. We have not, this is what, virgin territory, we've not experienced, there's nothing we can refer to. We're also learning as we're continuing to engage with this new animal. Here we raised several questions on slide 19 of our presentation. You can refer to slide 19. We have identified these with the department. The department has agreed that we will interact more on a regular basis so that we form a partnership. We wanted a partnership and a way of working together so that we alleviate some of these challenges that the department faces. That's our little overview. And I must say, at the meeting, the minister was there, the DG was there. We were also with our DG, and we agreed to a working relationship that can assist both the PSC and the department to reach its mandate. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very
We're going
much.
to ask about the laptops that got
No,
lost.
thank you very much, Chairperson. The issue of laptops, it's fine. Let me appreciate the report of PSC. Maybe recommend that as a committee that plays oversight, maybe we must meet with the PSC, unlike meeting it with the entity. Agree on meeting it separately with the department, because I think that we should be zooming in the work that the department is doing. So let me appreciate the report presented by the PSC. Chairperson, mine would be straightforward, and I still want to reiterate my position that this meeting is as a result of complaints that we have received in line with the process of appointing a board. Allegations that are there, they are questioning the board and its appointment process and powers to a large extent that were not correctly used. So my questions would be straightforward to both the minister and the acting CEO. DG, welcome. Congratulations on your appointment. Let me start with the minister. I know the powers are with you, but they are subjected to balance and checks. I wrote a letter on the 8th of July seeking clarity on the process that you had followed on the appointment of boards. Can I check with you, which process have you followed when you were appointing the panel? Mind you, you said it's an independent panel according to your response. Which process have you followed when you appointed the panel, and which piece of legislation guided that process? I'll rather stop there, Chair. Take them one by one.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to first, before I answer, just say that I'm 15 minutes over the time, but I want to answer because I was waiting for Honorable Khabo's thing. I'll just check the act that we follow. I just want to see. Well, I don't have the act here, but I think the act can be given. But all I want to say is that I have followed the act to the letter. There's nothing that was required of me as a minister to do that I've not done. I've also not gone and deviated from what the act required, step by step. Transparently, I've done that. And if there's any matter that Honorable Khabo can point out where you think I didn't follow the act, I'm gladly willing to answer that specific allegation. But where I'm sitting, my answer is that I have followed the act to the letter. Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thanks, Minister. Maybe while we are awaiting, I don't doubt your response in relation to you, or not suspecting otherwise, but I would gladly prefer that you indicate which piece of legislation has guided you so that we are able to refer. The second question to you, Minister, it has been indicated that the entity has been without a CEO for the past 5 years. And probably for the past year, we have had an acting CEO seconded from the department. We had an appointed CEO who abruptly resigned. We are now sitting with the acting CEO seconded from the department. I wanted to check with you, is it true that you are the one who have appointed the acting CEO, seconding him or her to the entity?
Which one are you talking about? There's been different ones.
Okay, let me start here. Who's the acting CEO?
DG?
There was an acting CEO up to the 2nd of September who was seconded by the department upon the request of the NFVF board. So currently, as the deputy chairperson was saying, they are going on with the recruitment. So maybe the board itself can respond to how they are dealing with the issue as of the 2nd of September when the person was seconded.
Thanks, DG. Let's stick to the process up until the 2nd. Who appointed the acting CEO that was seconded? It is alleged that the minister appointed the acting CEO contradicting the act. I think it's section 14, if not mistaken. So my question is, who appointed the acting CEO? Because allegations are that instead of the board, according to the act, it is the minister. I'm not sure if I've read it correctly. Can you get clarity on that, DG?
Okay, may I take that one, Chair?
Please respond immediately.
Yes. As the DG has said, there was a request from the NFVF for a secondment, which is allowed in terms of the Public Service Act, that a minister can second an official of the department to an entity, and that is subjected to a secondment agreement that is signed between the minister, the council of the NFVF, and the seconded employee must agree to that. So that's the process that was followed. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Can you please confirm which act is that so that you are able to verify? Because, you know, I would like to appeal to you also. You are not addressing your high school children or students here. You are addressing legislators. So when you speak of the legislation, don't threaten us. Tell us, I've used section 144 of this act to follow this process. I'm still waiting. I'm allowing the minister, I'm dragging this process so that the minister can also check the act that I've requested from him. Can you get clarity? If you don't have the response, the DG will gladly do that. Thanks.
While you wait, can I just give him the act?
Chief Minister.
All right, it's the NFVF Act, section 62.c. This section, along with other provisions of the Act, underpins the legal framework for the minister to establish a process for appointing the council members. That's the Act. And also, just lastly, Chair, I've stayed 20 minutes over. I just need to answer the last issue. We don't just decide we want to appoint an acting person. The board writes to us as the department and then request of us to appoint. In as far as the acting positions are concerned, it greatly bothered us. We had a CEO. People resign, and it's personal matters for people. You can't stop them. I think there was an attempt to stop the CEO from resigning, if I'm not mistaken, but he has left, and that is, there was nothing we could do about it. So we're back through the process again. Am I excused? I've stayed 20 minutes over.
Honorable Chair. Can I through you, Chair, ask something in your response to add the minutes of that meeting of the board that took the decision that they are requesting that you appoint or second a CEO? Because day before yesterday, you were saying in this parliament, you are not appointing CEOs. It is not your authority, it is not your responsibility to appoint CEOs or any executive members. Council And what you are reading now, it is the section that speaks to council. The section that speaks to CEOs, it's section 13 of the NFVF. And I agree, it says that the board, the council must, in collaboration with the minister, request that. And the appointment should be approved by the board. So if you can provide us that email, that letter that requested that, and the minutes of the board that took that decision.
Chair, I did say in this council, in the minister, is that I don't fire people. The board, the minister cannot fire. I don't fire people. The board, the minister cannot fire people. The board, the minister cannot fire. In the ministry to then say together with DSEC, and my management style is calling the it is very evident now when I ask the...
Can I rise on a point of order? No, but the minister is misleading us. I've been going through to this 6 subsection 2 of the National Film and Video Foundation Act of 1997. If I can read it for you, it is very far away. Position of the council, tenure of office and filling of vacancies. 6 subsection 1, the foundation shall act through a council consisting of no fewer than 9 and no more than 14 members. 6.2 subsection A, the members shall be appointed by the minister from a short list of no more than 22 names. It is my argument that this section refers to the appointment of the board or the council. My question, it is the appointment of the acting CEO who has been seconded. That's why I wanted to check with the minister, because the minister has quoted section 6 subsection 2B, and I'm referring to this subsection in terms of the appointment of the CEO. It is for that 2B, and I'm referring to this subsection in terms of the appointment of the CEO. It is for that.
I have made a ruling. I'll start from that corner down here. Now I see other hands. We are all aware that the minister has indicated he's excited to ask something. So let me do this. If you have now something that you really want to ask the minister before he leave, Honorable, 1 minute. Let's start from you, Honorable Makhato. Can you switch off your mic, Honorable Musa, the minister? Please switch off the mic.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My question is going straight to the minister. The minister appointed 14 people to serve in the NFVF Council. However, there are 13 names provided in slide 11 and 12. So I want the minister to explain the following questions to the committee. Who is the outstanding councillor? And then 2, what are the reasons for the chairperson's resignation? And lastly, as you say, I must not take long, outline to the committee the provision of the relevant act in section 6(7), which states that any vacancy on the council shall be filled in the manner in which the member who vacated the office was required to be appointed. So I wanted the minister to answer us before he go.
Honorable Musa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My question is, before Minister Gayton Mackenzie leaves, is that why was the short list for council not made available for public comment and film industry scrutiny? It seems that the film industry has raised that the council lack specific insights and experience, and that's the concern.
Honorable,
the other questions I will question the chairperson.
Honorable Mataung.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Following the resignation of the CEO, rest assured that we, as the council, addressing the matter with you guys at the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So my question is, what impact do you think his resignation has done to the NFVF, number one? And secondly is, what's the way forward in making sure that the new CEO needs to take office? When? We just need the time frame.
Honorable Molatani, before the minister leave, your last and final question.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Minister, I just want to check. It's same regarding the issue of the panel and the chair of the panel. You know, this industry, it's had so many people. I just want to check how many people are, in fact, on this. What guidelines was used to select the panel from the thousands of people, and majority of those who have applied, are they involved in this industry or not? And again, on the same board, how many board members who are involved in this industry, or is it people who are outside this industry? Thank you, Chair.
Minister.
Chair, I'm going to be very, very quick. There's a difference between, the act differs when it comes to appointing a CEO and an acting CEO. It's not the same act. When it comes to acting a CEO, I'm not involved in appointing the CEO. I'm not sitting on the panel. When it comes to acting CEO, the board writes to the minister and the department to ask us to co-opt someone. That's the first point. The second one, the act doesn't say it has to be 14. It says it must be no fewer than 9 and no more than 14, which means we can fall in the middle. And as I said, the issue of the CEO, why he left, I do not know. Honorable, the issue of what the industry said, I said to you that I did what the act requires me to do. And there's nothing that can be pointed out, nothing, that I didn't do what the act requires of me. And lastly, and I'm speaking fast because of time, I'm already half an hour late. Lastly, to Honorable Molatani, the people that applied for the act, as I said, it's the same thing that I was explaining. The people that applied are people that's in the industry, they are youth, they are in marketing, they can add value to the council. You know, there's this fallacy where if you apply for a certain government department, that you have to have experience specifically on that matter. That works for CEOs sometimes. It doesn't work for boards and stuff like that. A board needs a variety of skill to be there. No disrespect, Chairperson. The other questions, I think the whole team is very equipped to answer the questions regarding the legislation and the whole process because they were part of the process. May I please be excused?
You don't want to take Honorable Mtetwa?
Oh, Honorable Mtetwa, what was your question quickly?
Because you don't have time, I want to put it to you that this is what you are doing as the minister. First and foremost is section 13, subsection 4. Go and read it. That's what talks to CEO, not the section that you've quoted. And that is statutory breach. Section 51 of Public Finance Management Act, breach of fiduciary duties, dissolving the NFVF board without, prematurely so. Executive ethics, clause 1.4.1, repeatedly appointed small politically associated members into boards. Chad is a member of PA. NAC, there's a member of PA. And you argued that the person must not be in the office. And if I were to say to you, give us an empirical evidence that a person who's not in the office, meaning the top 6, and just an ordinary member appointed in a particular board will not serve the purpose. What you are actually doing, you are galvanizing the sector for your own political power. That's what you are doing. You are destabilizing these entities deliberately so that you remove the board in order to put the board that serves your purpose. And then immediately when the board comes in, you then the board destabilizes the HR. NAC currently has got a person who's been serving a suspension for 21 months. 21 months without any hearing. It's the same thing that is happening even at NFV in other boards. So I'm saying, Minister, I put it to you that what you have done, what you are doing, it is not honest. You are one person who quotes the Bible, and I want to tell you, you quote the Bible when I ask you a question. I've got a list of questions. Even the process, how it was hurriedly. First and foremost, when you have shortlisted names, you need to give the public to comment about those names in order to verify if those names do not have anything attached to them. That is why it is done through the Act. Let me allow you, because I can see that you are in a hurry to respond, but I put it to you, that's what you are actually doing.
You don't have questions, you just have insults. There's no act, all right, you quote me the act, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member. There's no act that says, I must show the public the shortlisted name. There's no act. Now you come here, you talk about my religion, you talk about my political party, you just have insults for me all the time.
Chairperson, can you call the point of order at the back, because the minister is busy responding.
Yeah, so for me, you come here, I've answered every question here, every question. Now you come here, you insult me, you insult my religion, you insult the political party like there's no top 6 member. If you can mention the name. Honorable Chair, I have answered most of the questions and I'm willing to come back to answer furthermore.
Yeah, let me make the following ruling. Honorable Daniels, just a second for me. The members are eager to engage with the minister. There are reasons that the minister cannot stay longer. We will still have the deputy here. We will still have the department. We will still have NFVF here. So those questions, I would invite members to still pose that questions. And in terms of the dispute and rebuttal pertaining to whether the excess this or that or the other, I would invite members also to come up with those proof in terms of the facts of those particular acts as what the minister has mentioned. So I will allow the minister to leave. We will have the deputy minister here, we will have the department here, and we will have NFVF here. Honorable Daniels.
10 seconds, Chair.
No, Honorable Daniels, I've dealt with every member who want to ask questions to the minister. If I'm going to allow any member now, I've ended with Honorable Gabo. If I'm allow any member now, it will be a member that will have an input on what is presented to us and not a reaction on what has been said by both the minister as well as members of parliament. So I'm going to allow the minister to leave. We will, as the committee minister, give an opportunity to members, those burning questions pertaining to appointments and disputes and allegations that has been made from either side, so that that can then also be proved wrongly, or it can be proved rightly by whoever party. So I'm going to allow the minister to leave, and I'm going to give an opportunity to Honorable Mataung. Honorable Mataung.
Okay, thank you. NFVF, here we are. I just want to find one thing.
Honorable Mataung, my humble apologies. Honorable Khabo wasn't done. He was still having those questions on the act, and I think he still have some questions. Can I allow you, or can I come back to you? You can proceed. It was your turn, and I apologize for that.
It's fine. Honorable Mutaung can continue so that I readjust my questions now that the minister has left.
I was also caught, red-handed, but it's fine. In regarding to the funding module, I just want to find out what funding modules do you guys use? And secondly, I've seen that in the DIF, there's 90% of African films compared to South African films, because of you saying you find more South African films. But when you fund these films, where are they screened at? Where are they screened at? Because in the Durban Film Festival, I think I saw about 3 or 4 South Africans. And let's not talk about the student films. I want the ones that are fully funded. Last question. Why are your project evaluation based on the CDBA program? Which is the CDBA program was previously funded by NFVF. I thank you.
Thank you. A response from the department?
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question. So I think firstly in terms of the funding models, I'm not sure if the CFO will want to add on to this, but essentially we fund through a grant funding process. So there was an MP, I think Honorable Potgieter, who had a question around the budget aligning to the APP earlier, which the CFO responded to, but essentially all of the targets that we have on the APP relate to what we can afford. So the funding essentially pertains to the grant funding process that we do. So we would release a call to the industry, an open call to the industry. There would be a compliance process of those applications when everyone would apply through the online portal. Each project would be funded by, on average, 3 people through an independent process of advisory panel members. And then there would be the council that would approve those grants. So that is the process that we follow when it comes to grant funding. In terms of the Durban International Film Festival, the Durban International Film Festival is its own separate entity. It is not something that the NFVF owns. So it is their prerogative as to how many local and international films that they will screen. Because it is an international film festival, they have to screen some international film entity. It is not something that the NFVF owns. So it is their prerogative as to how many local and international films that they will screen. Because it is an international film festival, they have to screen some international film because it is an international festival and it is some films that would have been funded, such as the films fully, it's not possible because cap of about 1.8 million, whereas a film may that depending on what film you're trying to make. So for us to have enough funding, if we were to do that, it would limit the amount of grants that we can allocate to the industry. So the portion that what we fund is a portion of what the filmmaker would need, and then it would be their responsibility then to raise the rest of the finance if whatever we're funding cannot fully complete that. For your short formats though, then, even though I know you were saying those are not relevant, but for your short projects then it becomes possible. I will allow the Head of Industry Development to respond on the SEDIBA program question that you raised.
Could I please ask the Parliament member to please repeat the question?
Why are you guys using the 3 tiers of the SEDIBA in order for you guys to approve the production companies who have sent their proposals in? Because of that the producers, they don't understand that module in terms of when they set in their proposals for approval.
Okay, thank you for that question.
And again, that's because of you using it, and you once funded SEDIBA, but you're using their method. Why? Why don't you have your own method from NFVF?
Okay, so I think the Parliament member is combining 2 things. SEDIBA is a training program which its purpose is to upskill the industry, and the training is focused mainly on 3 areas: production, as well as script writing, as well as directing. So the SEDIBA program is targeted at different levels of experience in terms of where the industry is. So you will have a training program that is more for skilled producers, which is more of a higher level, where then you are looking at assisting them in terms of training them when it comes to financing project, as well as when you're looking at the SEDIBA training from a lower level, it's looking at training people in script writing. However, I think the question that the Parliament member is talking about, you are talking about a tiering system. So the tiering system is basically how we've cascaded down experiences of the industry. And the reason why we have done that, it's actually been happening for over a number of years, is because when everyone was being funded the same, then the funding would go primarily to the same people. So the tiering system is to ensure that that people who are experienced are not marked against people who do not have experience. So we've got 3 tiers, for instance. You've got tier 3. Tier 3 is emerging filmmakers, first-time filmmakers, people who may have studied film and are entering the industry. So they would compete with each other. Then you've got tier 2. Tier 2 is people with intermediary experience in the industry, and the funding policy will explain that. And those are the people who have already produced work, but they are just they are still emerging. However, they're in the middle of their career. They may have produced 1 feature or 2 features, but have not yet moved to 3 features and so forth. So again, in terms of them applying, so tier 2 would be evaluated against other tier 2s. Then you've got tier 1, which is the highly experienced producers, and they are evaluated against other experienced producers. So the entire purposes of having a tiered approach is so that you are measuring people and evaluating people based on people who have the same amount of experience and exposure as them. It wouldn't be fair to measure someone who's made 5 films with the person who's never made the film. So the tiering system is about designing a criteria that is based on the level of experience and the level of exposure for each of those filmmakers. So the SEDIBA is a separate matter, sir.
Okay. Last question, sir. why is Gauteng, KZN, Western Cape, they get the first preference whenever it comes to funding? If you go to, I heard my sister saying, Northwest, there's workshops, drives, and all of those, which is I've never heard of them. And I've never seen any guy from, or any producers from Northwest or Mekubeja to say his short film was approved. And what are you guys doing with the upcoming producers who don't understand that module as an SIDIBA? This is the criteria that you need to use when you're writing a script. You don't need to write your synopsis. This is what we'll be looking at. Ama workshops now, because if I know you do have that budget to do development, do you go to those areas except Gauteng, KZN, and Western Cape? The other 6 provinces, your Limpopo, your Kaikai, do you go there and do those workshops? Because it seems like Gauteng, KZN, and Western Cape, they get their first preference.
Chairperson, if I may respond.
Yes, please do.
Okay. So thank you for the question. Gauteng, Western Cape, and KZN do not get first preference. I think that's a misinterpretation. Those provinces are serviced, so they will have studios, they will have film commissions, they will have the bulk of the work of the industry that is happening there. So what you'll find is that in terms of migration, you'll have a number of people who work in those provinces because the bulk of the work is there, there's infrastructure to support it. If you compare Gauteng to the Northern Cape doesn't have a film hub, for example. The NFVF offices are not based in the Northern Cape. They are, it doesn't have the studios that a Gauteng or a Western Cape can boast about. So in terms of accessibility for filmmakers in the Northern Cape, it's just not the same as what it is in Gauteng. So to address that, we do quite a number of roadshows. There are training programs that are done that are focused on the underserviced provinces, being all of the 6 besides those 3. So the road shows, we focus on the Northern Cape, Mpumalanga, Northwest, Free State, all of your underserviced provinces, Eastern Cape, Limpopo. And we've been quite intentional about that. For example, when we do, whether it's road shows for the normal funding, I know we focus on Northern Cape, Northwest, Mpumalanga, and the Free State. When it comes to the PSP program, we do roadshows nationally. However, we will always start in the underserviced provinces. We will start in the Northern Cape. We will start in the Northwest, in the Free State. And we do that strategically so that we hear the different open calls that are available and have, the advantage of hearing that information, getting their answers clarified. As soon as the call is open, just to give them a bit more time to clarify some of their questions before and fine-tune their applications before the call closes. So, which means that your Gautengs and your KZNs and your Western Capes will do towards the tail end of the call closing because typically speaking, the volume of applications is always higher from those ones. So the NFVF has been very intentional in the roadshows when it comes to addressing that. Obviously, it's something we have to approach in terms of the budget that we have, but it's something that we do very intentionally. So it's not that the other provinces are given first preference. In fact, your underserviced ones are given first preference to address those gaps. But like I said before, there are factors that lie outside of the NFVF's control. Socio-economic factors in the Northern Cape, in the Northwest, in the Free State, that, the NFVF with one roadshow, we cannot solve all of those issues, but we do what we can.
Honorable Musa.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My question is to the Mr. Khadebe. Kindly advise, according to your analysis, what is the bone of contention? That's the first question. The second is, do you think it is fair or unjust criticism? And question 3, how do you plan to address these concerns?
You are welcome to respond as well.
Thank you, Honourable. I'm not sure whether the Honourable member relates to what exactly that is unfair and unjust, so that I can answer properly.
The documents that you presented, right, on 12, if you look there, these questions are all relative to exactly what I'm asking you. Firstly, in your presentation, I'm asking your analysis from what you've presented. What is the bone of contention in your view and opinion? Do you think it is fair or unjust criticism? And how do you plan to address these concerns?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, through you. I think the biggest challenge that we have, Honourable Member, is that much as we get the 160 million, it's not nearly enough to service the industry, as it were, to the full satisfaction as we would wish. Hence, you would find that those that received the funding this term or this season would be happy for a while, but as soon as the next tranche comes out and they are not the recipient or the beneficiaries of that next tranche, then the complaints start. So, in fairness, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, I think even if we had R1 billion to dish out at any given season, you would still have unhappy beneficiaries simply because either they didn't get the full amount that they had applied for, or they didn't get nearly adequately as they would prefer. So if you ask me if it's fair and just, I would say it's neither of the two. It's just what it is in terms of that, Honourable Member. In my honest opinion, we take our terrain as we find it. The reality is that there isn't enough cake to go around for everybody all the time, as I see it. And how we intend to address it, Chair, we have strategized as the council to say maybe we would have to go outside of the normal funding arrangements that we have with the department, so that we don't solely rely on that, but actually try to fundraise outside of including approaching private sector for some assistance. I'm not sure whether that answers you.
So you haven't tried that at all? Ever, never before?
I wouldn't speak, Honourable Chair, because I don't think it would be fair to speak on behalf of the previous councils. I'm not sure what their strategies were, but with this particular board, I know that this has been discussed, and we are exploring the ways of partnering with private sector.
Solely dependent on the department. I don't see any indicators of what was earlier mentioned in terms of KPIs, whether there's other sources.
We do have them, Honourable Chair, but I'm not aware that that they give us funds, as in hard cash, rands and cents. But there are other partnership strategies that we have with other entities that make certain things possible for us. But what I was asking, I was answering directly to the question that the Honourable Member had asked about what is it that we intend to do to deal with the challenges. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Honourable Musa, you're done. Honourable Makhato, Honourable Tetwa. Is there any other honourable member that would like to? Honourable Khabo, yeah, you have to come back.
Thank you, Chair.
Let me give Honourable Khabo, I'll come back. You said you're fine, Honourable Member.
Chair, you've got an agenda today.
Proceed, Honourable Tetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Khabo, why did you come back? Chair, Chair, I want to close my statement so that I'm not misunderstood or misinterpreted. on what I have said to the minister. You know, Chair, we've said ANC is accused of cadre deployment. Nobody has ever said that we are insulting them when we say so. It is one of the things that we need to guard against, because corruption and influence, there's a thin line between that. I said it the other day. There's a tendency and a pattern that we can follow in how these boards are dissolved, hurriedly dissolved. And you see, when you look at the members in this particular board, you have Saudi Hamid, chairperson of NFVF, also serves on Boxing SA. Ntokozi Sekhape Tebe, deputy chair and HR of NFVF, also sits on Boxing SA. You have Vincent Blenis, CEO of NFVF, also who sits in the Boxing SA. Sydney James. So there's a pattern, a particular pattern, and I want the minister to come back and correct me if what I am suspecting is wrong.
The deputy minister is here.
No, the deputy minister is not the one who appointed the CEO. The minister seconded the first CEO, Chikwatamba, Mandisa Chikwatamba, and then seconded Mr. Lebuchang Mukhwera, 1st September to 31 October. But when he started acting, it was in December, 1st of December, but his contract was backdated to November, 1st November. And then there was another appointment, Miss Abigail Tular, on the 6th of January. Whilst the suspended CEO, Miss Manyinje, Tobela Manyinje, was on suspension without any charges, by the way. So there has been a number of violations of acts, section 13, as I said, 3 to 4 of NFVF Act, invalid dissolution of the council before its time, Public Finance Management Act, which allows, which allocates the responsibility of accountability to the board and to the CEO, but this board has said that it has gone without a CEO and a board at a particular time. Who was taking accountability during that moment of vacuum? We're not hearing such reports in this meeting. It's like we are told, no, let bygones be bygones, move forward. Don't think what has happened, don't challenge what has happened. And I want to say this with all the respect, with all due respect. I'm saying there's a pattern. You have NAC that has an HR person who has been suspended, was suspended on the 19th of February 2024. Charges given 28th November 2024. With a salary of about 43,567 a month in full payment during this suspension with no charges, which amounts to about 914,000 a year. And this is just after the deductions. The actual salary is 83,137. Which amounts to 1.745,889 per annum. Okay.
And Teto, can you keep your word? I want a response. Who was in charge?
No, I'm coming to the questions, Chairperson, that are relevant to the board. I just want to close the issue because I made this statement too. I want the minister to go and charge me. Otherwise, I will go and report him to the ethics, because this is contravention of the law. And he has taken oath of office. He can't come here and be emotional and tell me that I am accusing him, falsely accusing him, when I am quoting the laws that he couldn't quote here. But he says that he applied the law. So it can't be. Coming to the board, let me come to the people who are here to respond and say 75% for projects and 25% for ops. That's how your budget is allocated. You saying that CFO, unqualified with findings, is nothing much, because you are counting numbers that you have reduced it from 19 to 11. But material, what is the meaning of material findings? Irregular expenditure, is that nothing to you? Does that amount to nothing when you say irregular? Irregular cannot be something that you committed unwittingly. You cannot commit such an act unwittingly. You must have done that decisively. But you are not giving us these. We want to hear what is it that you are going to do so that you don't spend, you don't have any irregular expenditures the next time. We want to see the itemized budget, that when you've divided the provinces. I'll come to the provinces. The department says, let me continue with, you will answer that question, what do you mean when you say you are trivializing the findings? That's my concern. If you are approaching it with that mentality of trivializing these findings, it means that you might come back and do the same thing, because you are not telling us what is it that you are going to do. 2 national newspapers department. What are those newspapers, and what was the rationale for the 2 newspapers? Are they newspapers that cover nationally, demographically, in terms of the market audience? It's newspapers that are read by Afrikaners, English people, speaking people, and Kasi people? Because as far as I know, that the media fraternity is divided into certain market targets that it has. So I want to know what is the rationale behind that. Which are the newspapers, and what are the rationale for those newspapers? Accounting in terms of PFMA is a fiduciary duty of the board. It is also a fiduciary duty of the accounting executive, which is the CEO. The period when you didn't have a CEO and the board, who was taking the responsibility, and have you reported on those finances? Department, have you received a report on those finances, financial activities? You say that part of your budget it goes to salaries and compensation of staff members, which is about 40%, and 37% goes to salaries, operations, and then 3 million goes to, I suppose, your rental and that, or office space. One of the things that you are not telling us, and I know that it affected you, it is the issue of the merger that was proposed by the minister, the former minister, which stalled a number of other processes. And I wish the minister was here, because he then decided to scrap that process. But that process speaks exactly to the issue of more money going to salaries than it goes to the projects. You have a very disturbing picture where you have Gauteng province, Western Cape, and KZN. I suppose they get funding for content development. The actual mandate of NFVF. And then you say Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Northwest, they're developing group of provinces. I don't know what do you do for them in their process of developing. And then you say Free State, Mpumalanga, and Northern Cape festivals. That's where the money is looted, on festivals. We are here, we're supposed to make an impact in changing people's lives. You speak of success stories. I want to ask you, the best documentary that you spoke about, how much did you support it with? How much was spent on it? And then compare it if you have ever supported an international documentary or movie. How much was it that was put on that international documentary or movie? The reason for the amalgamation of funding institution, department, deputy minister. The rationale behind that, it was that you reduce the salaries, okay? Then you create a one-stop shop with a pool of funds divided in terms of the active participation of those sectors and provinces. Because you can't say you are allocating NFVF to do film, and when Limpopo doesn't have a film studio, doesn't have anyone who's doing film, that funding will be skewed. But when you have a one-stop shop of funding, you then say, how much does the film in South Africa occupy? If they're occupying 30%, you say, therefore, we are going to allocate 30% to the film industry. You occupy music, it occupies this, or performing arts, it occupies this, you allocate that percentage. So that we are able to see whether you are, it's not our responsibility to develop the provinces, but it is the responsibility of the funding institution to go to every individual in this country who has a legitimate need to create, to that creative talent, who wants to develop his movie wherever it is. We can't be biased. We have movies that are dominated by Zulu, English, and certain. We have other provinces that can't find expression in what we are. Our SABC is dominated by certain 3 or 4 languages. Yet we as the department, we have the language institution that we must say, we must fund and say, please make sure that all languages are equal before our people. So I don't want to educate people forever. I can't be talking like this as if I'm here to educate people. But I'm saying it is a concern when we see such things happening. The minister speaks about Mabahambi, which is very selective. He's opening up for colored people to occupy positions in this. And there's nothing wrong with him standing up for his people. But he needs to understand the context of post-1994. You can't do that at the expense of the very same people, others who were marginalized. You are doing exactly what apartheid did, providing privileges for one race against the other. It must be all-inclusive, which shouldn't reverse the gains of what we attained post-1994. So I'm saying this, I hope you are taking notes, Deputy Minister, to deal with these issues holistically, because honestly, it is quite disheartening, and I'm constantly using this term disheartening, because this is what we've been faced with for the past 30 years. We have movies from abroad that are shot here and DTI is giving them funding, but our own don't get funding. And we have American artists, actors who come and act in our movies, be Nelson Mandela and Winnie Mandela, when our own are sitting at home and saying, where are the opportunities? I'm done, Chairperson. Thank you for giving me the...
Yeah, I just want to say there was quite a number of questions within what Honorable Mtetwa has asked. And what is very evident is that the entity does not have any other way or means to pertaining to grants. And also the fact, you read through these documents, the instability in the organization. If you can just take us through the impact it has. You know, for starters, the way you are presented in this particular meeting with such a large entourage, you know, it does not only speak of contempt, but it also speaks on a lot of problems that you have within your organization. So we would like to hear on the impact it have on the processes of this organization called NFVF.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. No, I think one obvious one would obviously be the staff morale, because if you do not have stability at the top, especially to provide leadership and guidance, it disrupts not only the operations but also the staff morale. And when we arrived, we landed in an institution where the staff morale was very low. That's an honest fact. And when we thought we had rushed to stabilize the process, unfortunately that CEO did not stay for the full duration of that contract. That would have been extended to him of 5 years. Forcing us then, Chair, to, as I said, to go back to the drawing boards. And thankfully that process has culminated in us interviewing next week Tuesday the 4 shortlisted candidates, and we are hopeful that we'll get our person from the 4, and prayerfully they would stay this time, so that the much needed staff morale and the stability to the institution is ensured. But also in terms of the preparations for Parliament, it helps when you've got a leader operational that can assist with that. The other question that the honourable members asked is a question about who took accountability during the time when the CE wasn't there. I'm aware, Chair, that at no stage was there ever a vacuum in terms of leadership, even though you didn't have a permanent appointee at the level of the CEO. You always had acting CEs, either the HODs, there would be acting CEs, and they were accountable to the board. The one time that I'm aware of, and the DG is here, and Mr. Nsanyane can correct me, was when that board had been dissolved. I'm not sure what the accountability exercise was there, because it was before our time. But certainly during our time, there's never been a situation where there was really no acting CE, even on the interim. Like Honorable Nyambose was saying earlier, we've been through so many acting CEs in the intervening period, simply precisely because in terms of the PFMA, you cannot not have an acting CE to sign off on the things. Thank you, Chair.
Who's acting now?
Chair, the last secondment of Dr. Machaba came to the 3 months that she had been seconded to us came to an end as of 2 days ago. We quickly had an urgent meeting as the board, and we have appointed an acting CE internally. But the reason why we have not, because the paperwork hasn't been done, obviously we're airborne when we did that meeting. But there is an acting CE who's going to start on Monday. We just need to finalize the paperwork and also to inform them and for them to accept whether or not they check that. But there would be no vacuum, Chair, between now and Monday. That is just only to, obviously, to allow us sufficient time. We think that September and October, because we are interviewing on the 9th, we think that that 2 months that we are proposing for the interim CE to act will be sufficient, especially if we get a person that doesn't have to serve the full calendar month notice where they currently are employed. But if even if they were to be serving a notice in the normal course, we target the 1st of November as the start date for the new CE. Hopefully a permanent one, and hopefully would stay for the duration. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Can you take us through the forensic investigation pertaining to the laptops, the investigation pertaining to flouting of human resources, maladministration, and zoom in for us with particular reference to the misuse of the credit card?
Chair, I'm going to allow Peter to speak first, and then if there's a need to chip in, I'll chip in. Please, CFO.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Daniels.
Sorry to do this, Chair, and I have a reason why I'm doing this. Can you be so kind, Chairperson, and courteous, and maybe just remind this entity that they are under oath before they respond to this question? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. I must also inform the entity that we have, I think, 2 cases where people lied under oath. And we are busy with it. And please take note, we had a previous case also on a MasterCard that has been misused. Please proceed, CFO.
Thank you very much, Chair.
I hope that allegations of misuse of MasterCard wasn't in the shebeen.
No, Chair, it wasn't in a shebeen. So that process, Chair, was subjected through a disciplinary process. And after it had commenced, the former acting CEO resigned. And during the resignation process, therefore, then the process had to be halted. And what then was left for us is then for our legal team to assess the situation, to obviously assess whether, is there any other thing that we need to do in terms of, the actual recovery of the financial losses that might have been incurred. So obviously that process unfolds, and I think what the AG had done, Honourable Chair and members, is that they had identified that there was about 4,500 rand that was flagged as money that was used through the credit card to procure alcohol beverages. And what we have now done was...
What's the difference of spending money on alcohol beverages or in a shebeen? The other thing I would like to ask the entity on behalf of the committee, may I request that you open a case at the police? Doesn't matter, he's gone. You have to open a case at the police. Can you give us the undertaking that you will do such?
Thank you, Chair. We will do so, obviously subject through to our legal process that's going to advise us. But I think what we have done, Chair, what we are dealing with, the AG recommended that we recover that money. And we had since withheld that 4,500 from that monies that were due to the former acting CEO. But obviously that will be subject to another process. But I think noted, Chair, that we will need to pursue that matter.
Thanks, CFO. The laptops?
The laptops also, Chair, the forensic...
The laptops has become the lap dogs.
Yeah, Chair. So our assessment is that there had been security breaches and then the mandate of managing security and cameras falls within the landlord. So, and then the fact that this break-in took place, it means that there has been security breaches. So after the incident, Chair, what we have done was to engage with the landlord, and there has been a significant improvement, Chair, in the security arrangement, including in the server, in terms of beefing up the access control. So we were fortunate that the laptops were insured, and we were able to then to claim back the 240,000 that was lost. However, it was recovered. And I
Okay.
think what we have done. Sorry, Chair.
Just another bite at the cherry, 2 bites. How much do you pay for rent?
It's 2.9 million per annum, Chair. And I think
That
what we are
gives you how much a month?
It's about 250,000 or so.
A month. So
A month,
It's
yes.
a 5-star office.
Yes, it's what is recommended.
With the problems that we have within NFVF, will you consider getting a place to pay less rent?
Yes, we are in that process, Chair. We have engaged the landlord in terms of reviewing that, but we have also done our own market analysis in terms of looking around the Houghton Parktown precinct in terms of getting paying a lesser amount. In fact, we have even engaged the department, Chair. We had a CFO forum yesterday where we had raised this matter. So we will engage DPW in terms of embarking on a process to identify a cheaper process. We are paying about 170 rand per square meter. So we want to chop it to about 120 or so that we can reduce our office bill, office rental.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think this can help that. Then also, NFVF, there are allegations of bullying, or rather, don't know what is the right word to choose, pertaining to applications. Someone said that they have sent 17 applications and it's been rejected without any reasons. Can you respond to that? Who can respond? I think National Justice would have expected one respond to an organization who's applying for money. You see, I'm reading, ne?
Yes, Chair. So unfortunately, we do get a number of incidents where applicants will complain about being successively unsuccessful. We actually had an example where we were taken to task by an applicant who was just exhausted by the number of times they'd been rejected, and we undertook a process to actually train them to improve the quality of their applications. So it's one thing to ask for the reasons or get the notes. It's another thing to be fully immersed in a process which will give you an opportunity to improve the quality of your application. So it depends on the interventions that we have at the time, but it is something that we do struggle with and try and have different means of improving on that outcome. It is unfortunate because we may get 1,000 applications and only have enough budget to fund 35 or 40 of those 1,000 that we get.
Thank you so much. I'm going to give Honorable Khabo, Honorable Potgieter, Honorable Molotani, Honorable Malen, and then Honorable Mataung, and then Honorable. We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. They were looking for you. We're not here. TG.
Thank you, Chair. I was hoping you also allow us to respond to some of the questions that came from Honourable Member Mthethwa. Mr. Zanyane will speak to the issue of the national newspapers and the issue of the annual financial report. I wanted just to talk to the issue of the merger, Honourable Member Mthethwa. Because there you are correct, because, and I know you know this one very well, that this is informed by the revised white paper as culture and heritage. And the process over and above what you've mentioned, the process also in terms of the white paper, the revised white paper, was also looking at what efficiencies could be introduced, issues of governance, issues of shared services. And as a department, we did embark on the process. However, and you're using a correct word when you say it was stalled, because it hasn't been cancelled or abandoned as a process, but informed by that feasibility study that was done, 2019, 2020, if I'm not mistaken, it predates me. And also informed by the process when we embarked on the when it came down to the actual process. I want to just cite an example. It might be an oversimplified example. Both of these entities, NAC and NFVF, would have CEOs, HR components, IT, etc. So while the white paper does identify some of the shared services, we had to be very clear in terms of, do we rely on attrition in terms of dealing with these positions on both sides, etc. And we recognize the fact that we needed to deal with the issue of legislation review of the two, because both of these entities, I'm not talking about the cultural institutions, etc. I want to just focus on NAC and NFVF. They've got their founding pieces of legislation, and in terms of going on an amalgamation, the department needed to have dealt with the legislation in terms of making sure that you have got a legislation in place that talks to that. So it has stalled, but it hasn't been abandoned. I think about 2 weeks ago, and I'm being very careful, Chair, because you said there are two people that are said to have lied. I'm hoping I'm not the second one amongst the two people, because I understand there's a police case. So I think, so that's why I'm being very choosy with the words that I'm using. So I just wanted to say, I think about 2 weeks ago, if I'm mistaken, we've had engagement also with Treasury. And where Treasury has assisted, they've done, which we didn't have, and we recognize that, they've done the actual cost breakdown analysis in terms of projected savings that we are looking at. I think one of the areas in terms of amalgamation, 25/7, is looking at about 79 million savings over the period, obviously. And the other one, which is National Heritage Council and SARA, is looking at about 100, according to the cost breakdown done by Treasury. So I think we are coming to the portfolio committee on the 19th, if I'm not mistaken, where we are going to be doing a full presentation. But I wanted just to touch on that because the honourable member had touched on it. If you allow us, Chair, we'll be very quick. If Mr. Tanyane can talk to the other two matters, please.
Thank you, Chair. The newspapers that were used is the Sowetan and the City Press, as they are published nationally. So those were the two that were used. And then in terms of the NFVF submitting financial report, yes, there are quarterly reports that are submitted to the department, which includes non-financial information as well. So all entities are required to submit those to the department. And annual reports are also submitted to the department for tabling in Parliament. Thank you.
So, just one more. Honourable Moletsane had come back. We wanted just to respond to the question that Honourable Moletsane had also asked the department. Of the first advert for the NFVF board, we got 180 applications or nominations, because it's a nomination by the public. And then out of the second, when the extension was done to the 10th of October, we got about 79. So it gives us the total of 259. Of the 180, the first advert, 5 made it to the board, to the 14, because initially it was 14 before the resignations. And then 5 plus what? 9. We're coming from the second advert. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. While the DG is still there, or maybe before, let me start there, Chairperson. I'm not happy with the response of the minister. From where I'm sitting, the minister has not responded to our questions in terms of how did he appoint the panel. And we all heard how the minister was misinterpreting, not to mention misquoting, the act that should have guided him. And it is for that reason, Chairperson, that I would like to propose to this committee that we should take another step forward. I've written to the minister. The minister's response is extremely empty. I've observed how the minister was responding to Honorable Mthethwa. it is the very same stinking attitude that our arts and culture practitioners are complaining about. When you listen to his response and you go through the response that he has delivered to the protesters who were complaining, amongst other issues, about the irregularities that we are experiencing in this meeting, when you go through the response of the minister, you'd realize that the minister has forgotten that he's presiding over a public entity. When you are presiding in a public entity, every little step and decision that you are taking, we are going to hold you accountable. In the previous meeting, we had proposed that we must request a legal intervention or legal unit to intervene on this matter. And the intervention, we must correctly put it. The intervention that we need is what then happens when the minister deliberately does not respond to your questions. Because every time we are here, we ask the minister a question, the minister will ask things that we are not responding to. So I'm not sure how we're going to approach this matter, because the appointment generally of the boards, not only this NFVF, is highly questionable. And it is for that reason that I would not be comfortable interacting with the board, because their legitimacy is still under question. I'll rather raise my issues with those who have been dealing with the day-to-day administration of the foundation. That is my first issue. My second issue is that, Chairperson, we should be reaching out to as a portfolio, we will advise how do we approach this matter. We should begin to reach out to the president that has appointed this minister. It cannot be right that the person who oversees or presides over public funds will not want to be held accountable. When you try and hold him accountable, he'll give you a facial expression that, in a way, I want to interpret it as a person trying to intimidate you. Fortunately, some of us were not easily intimidated. I thought I must raise that part, Chairperson. Because all of these decisions that the minister has taken for the past 10, if not 12 months, they are found wanting in terms of the legal prescripts that guide whatever process that he has taken. I must mention that the decision of the minister to disband this foundation before, we had no reasons. He never presented reasons. Up until today, we still don't understand what are the reasons. The minister went on to deal with the appointment of the panel. I personally asked the minister, where do you get these people? Have you handpicked them? From where I'm sitting, I'm convinced that the minister has handpicked these people. And you cannot have a minister who would want to exercise his powers inconsistent with the Constitution. The Constitution of this country, central to the key pillars, is transparency. So I'm not sure you'll advise us on how we're dealing with this matter, because clearly all of these boards, their appointment process is highly questionable. And if all of these boards' appointments are highly questionable, then these boards must preside over the appointment of CEOs. It will then create a problem for the department. I would want us to look at it from that angle. You see the board that we are questioning now, or that is having a dark cloud over its head, it's dealing with the process of appointing a CEO. What are the implications of that? It then means that you had a board that did not have the necessary local standing or legal standing point to oversee a process that they are not legitimate to oversee. If it happens, according to my face value analysis, that this board, its process of being appointed, including its pardon, it's highly questionable, and the minister is unable to present. In my letter I've sent to the minister, I've said to him, provide me with the academic background of each and every panel member and indicate which piece of legislation has guided you when you were appointing these people. The minister has failed to do that. It is for that reason, Chairperson, I would want us to, as a committee, resolve that all of these boards, we must request legal unit to assist us in scrutinizing this process. Because in all honesty, I'm therefore convinced that the minister has picked panel members who were then expected to deliver a particular outcome that will be biased to a particular angle. That is my observation, and I stand to be corrected, and it is for that reason, Chairperson, I'm going to get to my points. I thought it is important that I must raise this thing, because what we got here, it's a response of a toddler, not a minister. We're not expecting that response from a minister in terms of the process that we have followed. The reason why I'm saying that is a toddler's response. How do we get a minister, practical example, saying that he has used section 6 subsection 2. When you go to that section, it speaks of a different story. That is my issue. DG, my question starts with you. Let me go to this section so that I cannot be for one thing like the minister. Let me go to section 13, subsection 4 of the Act. I would want to read it because there is a tendency of people misquoting it. Whenever the chief executive officer is absent for any reason or unable to carry out his or her duties, or whenever there is a vacancy in the office of chief executive officer, the council may, subject to such conditions and the payment of such remuneration and allowance as it may be determined in the manner contemplated in subsection 3. I'll go to subsection 3 because we must read them together. Appoint an employee of the foundation to act as the chief executive officer during such absence. Why, DG, didn't you correctly advise the minister in terms of this act? We are informed. That's the first question. Why didn't you advise the minister? Because I know part of your responsibility as the DG is to oversee processes in terms of administration. That's the first thing. Secondly, between today and the 2nd of September, who is acting? Thirdly, those who have been seconded, those that have been seconded from the department to the foundation, which piece of legislation has guided you and the minister in taking that decision? And kindly indicate if indeed you have advised the minister, because I'm a politician, sometimes I reject an advice from an administrator, but the administrator would have done his or her job of advising me accordingly. The last part, public services here, according to their report, their recommendations for the past 2, if not 3 financial years have not been implemented. I know you have just been appointed, but it's not as if you have not been part of the department for the past 2, if not 3 years. But I know at that time, I'll only ask for a year where you have acted as a DG. Let me refer to the previous financial year. Let me leave this other years because you are a DDG responsible for a particular unit. Can I just get clarity? I will then jump to the CFO. I want to engage the CFO.
Before you're going to get clarity from the DG, due to the Public Service Commission's responsibility pertaining to the administration practices and what you have mentioned, I will allow them a response to this matter.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just on the issue of board membership, it is important that we refer always to the King Code on governance matters to avoid conflicts of interest and excessive use of the same people in the boards, because there's a repetition of many people, the same people being appointed. The latter results in ineffective performance by board members, and conflicts of results can progress to acts of nepotism, maladministration, and corruption. There is case laws on these issues. Therefore, it is important to conduct due diligence before appointing people in these boards. Also, the executive should always have pushed through the values of transparency, accountability, and other values and principles that are based on the Constitution. Yeah, that's our comment.
Thank you. No, Honorable Mteto, let me deal with Honorable Makgabo. Honorable, I'm going to give you, I want the momentum to stay. You know, if there's a flow in a soccer game, you don't change the players. The DG, yeah, we can change you can change the referee.
Thanks, Chair. The Section 13 of the NFVF Act indeed talks to the appointment of the Chief Executive Officer. And as a department, yes, we did advise Minister, and we even sought advice from National Treasury on the issue from the onset, from the time when the first acting DDG Chikwatamba, who was mentioned by Honorable Mtetwa, started acting. Now, the actions of the minister were not initiated in a vacuum. The minister acted and intervened in a space when the board of NFVF, through the chairperson of the board, wrote to the minister. Now, if you look at the Public Service Act, Section 15 of the Public Service Act, and also I believe there are public service regulations that are then specific to that. It allows the process of secondment that was followed by the minister. So basically, this was a response in terms of the board through the chairperson of the NFVF indicating that while Section 13 of the Act prescribes around the appointment of an employee, they found themselves in a situation where they couldn't appoint anyone within that particular level who could be CEO, hence they wanted the intervention of the minister. So basically that is what informed. We engaged even because it wasn't just NFVF, there were other entities that were in the same kind of a situation. We engaged with National Treasury, who also provided us with their own advice. And we sought also our legal opinion internally in the department.
While you are looking, DG, may I just ask the NFVF, were the board in agreement of writing to the minister?
Thank you, Honourable Chair, for the question. Yes, we were in ATM when it comes to that.
Thank you, DG.
I wanted to ask that the board also responds who's acting now, because we cannot intervene if there is nothing that's been initiated by the board. So I think that question best be responded to by Mr. Hadebe.
Yes, thank you, Chair, through you again. We had responded to that question, Chair. We said because the period of Dr. Machaba, who was the last acting in the interim, only expired 2 days ago when we were already airborne coming this side. We haven't interacted with the report, but we had a quick meeting virtually as the board and we've agreed to appoint a particular individual in terms of the section that Honorable Mahaba was just quoting now. From within the entity, there is somebody, it's just that we haven't informed them and we haven't signed the documentation. As I say, we were airborne when the decision was made. But we do have somebody that would start effectively on Monday as the acting in the interim. I even said we've given ourselves the full 2 months of September and October, so that we can then target the 1st of November for the new CE to then to start work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. In some of the documents, I've read that someone's contract ends today. It was actually August, and then they said on the 5th. So I don't know, was it a kind of a carryover to come and assist report? Who was that individual?
The acting CE, the most recent one is Dr. Machaba. That's the one I'm talking about. And with her now having vacated the seat and gone back to DSEC, we met urgently a day or two ago, and I can't remember. But we then took a decision to appoint from internally one of the staff members to act. We haven't signed the documents with them, and that is why we haven't informed them as yet. Also, we didn't want the honourable members to think that it was a knee-jerk response from us simply because we're coming to appear today. But the process is that we have appointed in the duly constituted board, as we are empowered to do in terms of the enabling legislation. We will be signing the documents with the individual, and if they agree, then they can start on Monday, so that there's no vacuum in between. Because and the reason we do that, Chair, and we want to act swiftly is because not only the staff morale is affected by that, but even the industry is not very happy with us if there's no stability at the top, as it were. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo.
Chair, I just wanted to, what did I want to say? I wanted to indicate that Dr. Machaba, who at that time had been seconded, we had to agree to her terminating that arrangement on the 2nd because she cited personal reasons, Chair, including a close person who is seriously unwell. So because she was commuting to Johannesburg to be acting as CEO, we had to agree to that. Just wanted to be specific on that one.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. The DG is claiming that they wrote a letter to Treasury and Treasury gave them a head up. They even wrote a letter to their legal unit. They gave them a head up. I will request the DG probably to provide us those letters that she has written now. If she can send those emails now, that proves that. And this is the reason why I'm a bit triggered to understand whether does the NFVF Act or the Public Service Act supersedes the NFV Act. That's what where I'm caught up, because to me it does not make sense. We've got the NFVF Act that guides on the internal proceedings that has to do with that foundation. Maybe the PSC will advise us in this regard, and maybe the DG will also do not respond as to why did you not implement the recommendations of PSC on the 1 year. Let's leave the 2 years that I've spoken about. The reason why I'm raising this thing of powers is because of I'm not sure whether the department, their argument is that there was a leeway on the prescribed legislation, of which I don't see a leeway that speaks of what do we call this thing, Public Service Act being used to how would I put it? The Public Act in particular supersedes the NFV Act. I want you to clarify me on that part, because if you are then saying that you have used PSCA to deal with the secondment, and the argument is that for the appointment of the CEO or acting CEO, you must rely on people from within. Now you are saying that the PCA were granting you the powers. Now my question becomes, between the two, which one supersedes the other? I'll give you a practical example. The NFVVA Act, my apology, I'll get there. Yes, this foundation of films and videos, I think this one is simple. Yeah, this foundation of films and videos, its act cannot supersede the constitution of this country, or cannot contradict the constitution of this country. So my question is, are you saying that, and the PSC must advise, are you saying that the NFV, I mean, our people of videos and films, their powers are limited in such a way that the PSA could supersede its powers? Because you are then saying to me that instead of using section 13 subsection 4, you then had to rely on section 15 of the Public Service Act. And I'm trying to check that act, hence I was requesting you to give us those two letters. But over and above, PSC will advise us. Let me go to the CFO. I'm left with 2 questions, Chairperson. Then I can just wrap up quickly.
Yeah, in 2 minutes.
In 2 minutes. Okay, fine. Thank you very much, CFO. I want to check with you. You are saying that it does not take a skyrocket scientist to get to clean audit. That's what you said. And what I want to say to you is that it takes internal controls to achieve that. And the Auditor General is complaining that part of the things that are appearing to be deficiencies in your entity is the internal controls. I want to check with you which key areas, because in terms of internal controls I've read, it speaks to you not being compliant with your financial management processes. And I don't want to conclude or suspect that you adopt a budget and deviate in terms of implementing. What are the key areas that the Auditor General has indicated? The second part that I want to check with you, Auditor General, CFO, your audit outcomes are the same for the past 2 years. Why? And why are you having PAAPs then you are still having the same outcomes? The third part that I want to check is the composition of your finance unit. The fourth part that I want to check with you as the CFO, apart from why are you as a CFO, have you not yet established other streams of revenue because of your entity tells us you are grant reliant? 5, who's preparing your annual financial statements? The Auditor General says that there were misrepresentation or misstatements. If I were to use the AG letter, language, there were misstatements on and around your submission. Are you doing your AFS internally? If you're outsourcing them, how much are you paying and who are you outsourcing? And indeed, if you're outsourcing, that's why I was asking you about your finance department. Let me rather pause there. The last part that I wanted to check is the financial breakdown. Maybe let me start with your APPs. Chairperson, I think in my view, these APPs, DG, they are far from reality. And this is why let me qualify my statement. In terms of impact evaluation, when you are giving us grants, you should be able to demonstrate as a department that after I've intervened in this small dorpy with these grants, this is what I've managed to achieve. This is the number of script writers that I've managed to produce. It becomes a target, it becomes measurable. Now, when you look at some of these APPs, DDG, it does not speak to what we want to achieve in terms of unlocking grassroots development of your film industry. It does not speak to what we want to achieve of preserving our indigenous language through this film and video. Now, I want to check with you in terms of your APPs. What impact, according to you, have we achieved in the past 2 years, if not 3 years? I think I'll stop there before I confuse you and end up confusing myself. Thank you very much, DG. And my apology. Welcome to the department, DG.
We already welcomed the DG. Is there a response? After the response, I will then ask Honorable Potgieter, CFO.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Cabo, for the questions. So the last time the NFVF received a clean audit was in the 25-16 financial year. So it is achievable. And in 2019-20, we received a qualification. Predominantly because of the issues around the grant management accounting. So ever since then, honourable members, we've been able to turn around the controls around the management of grants, especially the provisions, wherein previously our funding schedule used to be on an Excel spreadsheet. So we have now automated that, honourable members, so that the grant funding schedule that we use in order to account for all the grants that are still to be paid to our filmmakers, it aligns with our financial system, which is SAGE. So hence I had indicated then that during this current financial year, we didn't have any findings raised by the AG pertaining to the issues of grant provisions. So what the AG had raised, and I think Honorable Muthetwa raised this, was the issue of material misstatement, wherein we had to restate our previous financial year's figures in order to make provision for the grants that had been forfeited. So, for example, Honorable Cabo, when we fund a filmmaker and we say to them, we're funding you R1 million, please go and raise 2 million elsewhere. Sometimes they do not, raise that money. So ultimately what happens is that they will then forfeit the grant that has been offered to them, because we give you 2 years, that is 24 months, in order for you to deliver your project. And if you fail to do that, you forfeit that allocation, because then it goes back to the fiscus. So you'll find that almost every year we will have to revisit our financial statements to take into account some of those funding that had been forfeited. So you are correct, Honorable Cabo. Internal controls are needed, and we have done quite well in terms of enhancing those controls. But as I have indicated, you asked about the structure of finance. You've got a CFO, you've got a finance manager, you've got an accountant, you've got a finance officer, and then you've got colleagues in supply chain and ICT. So I am the only person who is permanent, and the PA, and the finance manager is on a temporary contract basis, and so is the finance officer, and so is the temp accountant. So as a result, then you'll have to depend on additional support in order to enhance the capacity internally. So as I've indicated, once the organizational review process has been finalized and there is stability in the organization, we think we will be in a position to stabilize the entity. Hence, we have indicated that our target for the 25-26 is to achieve the clean audit, so that there is no recurrence of the audit findings. But the achievement of that is dependent, obviously, on colleagues that are permanent in the institution, because then you are able to performance manage them, you are able to hold them accountable, unlike when you've got colleagues who are on a temporary basis, they've got one foot in and another foot out. So the financial statements are prepared internally, and then going forward, once we have stabilized, there will not be any need for us to depend on contractors. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Can we label you as a patient that is in ICU or what? The 4 members left, you have 15 minutes between. I'm going to stop you. It's Honorable Potgieter, Honorable Molatsani, Honorable Daniels, Honorable Mataung, and then I had Honorable Eugene. I'm going to give you Honorable Musa, but between all of you, you have 15 minutes. Buses are waiting, taxis are waiting. The Honorable Potgieter.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to reserve my right to actually direct some of my questions to the Minister, because I think sometimes we ask questions we already know the answer to. So I'm going to do that. But what I would like to know is I've gone through your website a little bit in terms of how you provide funding, etc. It does seem like quite a complicated process. So if you are if your aim is to help develop the industry, particularly in disadvantaged areas or with disadvantaged persons, the criteria is very stringent. So what are the key aspects that they are not complying with? I mean, you must have some sort of a pattern across your applications. And what sort of support outside of once, they've already failed several times, you bring them in for training, what kind of support exists within the foundation to guide them through the application process? I mean, for example, when I go and apply for a home loan, I go into the bank and somebody at the bank sits down and helps me, fill in a form, etc. And this goes for many other things. But I mean, I don't consider myself stupid, but some of the requirements on here, I think a lot of people with a hell of a lot of advantage would fail to comply with. So if you can just clarify that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Response, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Potgieter. So some of the compliance issues that we have really relate to basic documentation, like a certified ID document or a tax PIN certificate. It's you'd be surprised that sometimes it's as simple as that. So we can't just ask for an ID document. It has to be certified, so that we know that the person applying is the actual person and the ID is not dubious. So the fact of the matter is that the requirements, it is quite an exhaustive list, but we have to be prudent in that way because this is taxpayers' money. So it's really a risk mitigation measure, if anything, so that we can track the money. Should there be anything that we pick up as an issue, there is a way for us to track it because we have proper documentation. I mean, you made the comment about applying for a house or a car. The reality is that if you want to buy a house, the bank will ask you, or home loans will ask you for certain documents, right? And you will supply them because you want the bond. If you want a car, or if you're applying for insurance, they may ask you for proof of residence. You will supply it because you want to get that insurance contract. So it's the same thing here. I think sometimes the perception is that because it's a grant and it's some people will perceive it as free money, then we should just dish it out. But there is an NFVF Act that we have to abide by. There's the PFMA. There's various legislation that we have to comply with when it comes to that, and that is what some of that documentation is informed by. So in terms of the support, look, we have to work within the structures and the confines that we have. But we do, I mean, with the roadshows that we do, we will spend an entire day in one city, and, we like to do about 2 to 3 towns in a province, going through the open call, what pertains to the open call, going through the compliance list, and we have the team from the applications department and various other members, but we have people who are close to that to answer those niggly questions. So oftentimes in the presentation we will say, these are some of the things that you should be well aware of, and this is how you should do it. What we also do with the open calls is we always encourage applicants to contact us. Well, first of all, to apply as soon as the call is open and not to wait for the last minute. Because if you've been given a month or 2 months for that a call that's been open, and it's been very clear since the beginning of the month that it's open, that it closes on Friday at 5 p.m., and you tell yourself on that Friday you're going to wake up early at 6 o'clock in the morning and complete the application, chances are you won't. And if everyone has that mentality, then the system will crash and it just doesn't work. So we encourage people to apply early. And the applications team is always available to respond to those questions. And you'd be surprised at the number of filmmakers that take up that opportunity, that do ask the questions, that do contact us and ask to check, is, compliance-wise, is there anything that I'm missing? And even through the process, once the compliance is done, the team do usually give people an extra 7 days if they are outstanding documents, to get those documents in. So we do try as much as we can to give applicants as much of an opportunity as possible to submit the documentation. But, for us to do it in a way where we will just ask for 1 or 2 things, it just wouldn't be fair in terms of how we need to be compliant to just various legislation and be cognizant of the fact that we're giving out taxpayers' money.
I think if I can add to that, it also depends what people are applying for. I think, for instance, we've had the disability fund that we've run, or rather a call for people living with disability, where we actually understood the issue of access right across the board. So for instance, because disability has a spectrum, we would ask people to either submit a video recording of what they want to do rather than expect them to write, or do a write, or have somebody apply on their behalf. And I think so that actually goes to show that where access is required, we will ensure that people are able to apply. And I think in terms of also the tier 3, the requirements for emerging filmmakers is primarily their story, and of course they do have to submit their tax certificate as well as their ID, which is a basic wherever you are going. But I think in order to say that the requirements are stringent wouldn't be entirely true, because I think, of course, if you are a tier 1 and you are looking for a certain amount, you're looking for 1.8, 1.8 does expect one to also submit a finance plan. And if you are going to submit a finance plan and go to private sector, one also expects that the filmmaker who has such experience would take care of the documentation. So you wouldn't find someone who actually can't take care of the documentation. But when you're looking at emerging filmmakers, I think a lot of leniency is shown, including things such as language. We do allow people to apply in their languages if they should want and if they should need to, and it is up to us to then get panelists who will speak who speak those languages to ensure that they, for instance, are able to communicate in the one way that they can communicate. And I think so those are done, as well as people who actually who've not been able to, for instance, maybe go into the system and submit, like we always encourage people to go into the system and submit, but those whom maybe will come or submit something physically because they can't, the team does allow them to submit those things or actually assist them physically to submit those things. So I think the stringency of those things is cascaded based on the experience, but also based on how much practitioners are asking for.
Thank you so much. Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, Chair, my first question will go to Mr. Tsanyane regarding the first applications and then the second applications, because he responded that the first applications were 180 applicants, and then the second application were 79, and then out of that second applicant, they took about 9 members to be on the board. What was the reason for them to have the second application? Unless they wanted to appoint these 9 board members who were not part of the first batch of applicants. It still doesn't, they don't give us the reason that will convince us that there was a need for them to do an extension so that they can be able to get this 79 applicant. What was the reason behind that? And who are those 9 members who were appointed from the second batch of applicants? To me, even if they cannot answer, I've already have my answer. My answer is very simple. They didn't get those 9 members from the first batch. So for them to accommodate those 9 members, they had to do the second, they had to do the extension so that they can be able to apply. That's all, Chairperson. Secondly, Chair, I just want to check with the board.
You want a response on that?
Chair, even if they can respond, already I have my own response. There is nothing they can say that will convince me to say that the reason for them. I mean, Chairperson, out of 180 applicants.
Let me apply the Audi Altrum Patrum rule.
Are you now the member? Are you now the chairperson of the board, or are you?
No, as members, we can't ask questions and not expect.
It's fine, Chair. They will respond.
Okay.
They will respond, but still, even if they can respond, they are not going to convince me enough.
And withdraw the question, Honorable.
108. Then you still continue with a extension. My other question, Chair, to the board, I just want to check with the board. Can the board tell us how much do they get per month? Is it a stipend or is it a honorarium a payment? How much do they get per month, Chairperson? You know the reason I don't want them to answer, because it will only go into to eat on my time. And the other thing, the CEO said that no, they spend their money well and they don't. According to the financial statements of 2024, on 2024, unspent conditional grant, it's 25 million. 2023 unspent conditional grant, it's 17 million. It's in black and white financial statements, Chairperson. If the CEO wants to come and check, he is welcome to come and check the unspent money, which he said to Honorable Khabu that they usually spend everything that they receive. But here it is in black and white. 25 million in 2024, 17 million, 802,458 rand, which was not spent in 2023. Chair, again on the same board, they've received 160.1 million. Let's not say 160 million, 160.1 million. And on that 160.1 million, administration accounts for 25%, which is 40 million, with 75% dedicated to employee compensation. When are you doing what you're supposed to do with that amount? Why are we always have to pay so much money on accounts and so forth? When are we going to produce the local films? When are we going to assist our filmmakers? When are we going to assist our student who wants to study films? When we spend so much money, Chairperson. The other thing that I want to raise, how will the proposed National Film Fund attract private sector investment when the current model shows that they are on a 15 million deficit? How will they attract the private sector? And what specific mechanism will ensure that the 25% non-government funding target by 27-28 is achievable given the current market condition? My last question, how will the organization maintain operations if retained surplus funds are depleted before the National Film Fund becomes operational? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Molatane. A response from the department, both the department and NFVF.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the numbers that were received, yes, it's correct. But I think earlier on I indicated that the advert was opened because one of the factors was to extend the time that we had given, because it had been 14 days and we wanted to extend to 21, at least to be 21. And yes, the second chunk of nominations, there were people who made it to the board, and also from the first one. But the nominations themselves, they had not yet been passed to the panel when that happened. It is the combined nominations that were sent to the panel, so they were not sent separately. And then in terms of the names, maybe I must just open, because there is a list of names among those who made it from the first advert and the ones who made it on the second advert. Oh yes, from the first advert, Mr. Chatlow made it. Mr. Leon van Nierop made it. Miss Fulufelo Sylvia Chikudo made it, the one who subsequently resigned. Miss Nobuntu Tubazana made it. Miss Umpemitsi Mkhosi made it. And then from the second advert, Mr. Mtokozi Sikhatebe, Mr. Simon Clark, Mr. Sidney James, Mr. Tony Ferreira, and Mr. Yazid Kamaldin and Ms. Sauda Hamid, and also Ms. Nondomiso Madlala. Yeah, I think Sipositu Mtamzeli also was from the second advert.
What's the total number of the second beneficiaries of the second batch? 9.
So, Chairperson, now I'm aware the reason why it's because the chairperson of the board was not part of the first batch. That's why they had to open so that he can be able to go. He can be able to go.
So you're happy I gave them a chance to respond? NFVF.
Thank you, Chair. There was a question in terms of council fees, Chair.
Can you add to that question? Honorable Daniels asked earlier. You were only referring to the 450. But I think the intention was, the day the bookings, hotel, the flights, I think he referred to that. And he was so happy to hear 450, but it's more than that.
Yes, thank you very much. It will be addressed, Chair. So we pay council members in terms of the prescribed rates. For example, a chair will be paid 714 rand per hour, a deputy chair 606, and then an ordinary council member is 556. So that's basically the rates that we pay per hour in terms of the council members. And then also you've got other meetings that they'll need to attend, which are not standard meetings. For example, HRNE meetings, etc. So the rates, for example, the chair there is paid 673, and then ordinary member is 501. So it varies in terms of the hours. So there was a question about the unspent conditional grants. So all the grants that are being allocated for us for a particular financial year, so what will happen, Chair, is that the 25-26 grants applications are yet, there's going to be a call which will then be assessed, and then once they have been assessed, we will then give, in terms of the funding policy, we'll give the filmmaker 24 months to deliver that film. So you'll find, Chair, that there are people whom we funded in 2023, for example. So they are supposed now, by the end of this year, they're supposed to have finalized their film. But you find that they don't. And then as a result, they request, because the funding policy gives you another 12 months in terms of extension. So we will then sign an addendum. So it is on that basis that you'll find that there are unspent grants in a particular financial year. So that's part of the process, and it's more about a timing difference in terms of our funding cycle. There was a question raised about the film fund, to say how do we know, how will it attract private funding? So that's something that the Act actually prescribes that we do. So we are in a process where we have developed a memo, which is a plan in terms of implementing and rolling out the funding, the film fund. So it is currently being processed at a council level. And then once it has been considered, obviously we'll need to engage the ministry, because the Act requires that we obtain ministerial concurrence in terms of implementing that. So what will happen should we not have retained surplus? It's very clear, therefore, because I think what the problem is, Chair, is that the 75-25 funding structure has been there since 1997 when the Act was promulgated. And the NFVF's mandate has been increasing. then it has not yet been reviewed, that process. So that's why we say in slide 32 of our presentation that we will be engaging the department in terms of seeing how that is going to pan out. But we'll also be sitting with an industry that is saying because in order for us to cover that 9 million deficit, Chair, the funding structure is supposed to be 67-33. And then we're going to have filmmakers complain to say, you are chowing our money. The Act says we must get 75%. Now you want to reduce it. So those are some of the challenges. However, we have not folded our hands in terms of, hence we're saying that Council has approved a fundraising strategy which includes partnerships, engaging with all strategic partners in order to sustain our budget. And by the time the film fund has been approved and is being rolled out, we are then obviously going to be depending on the private sector in terms of them putting money into the fund. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I know we're pressed for time. And I promise you I won't take up much time. I think I must start, Chairperson, colleagues, and reiterate that the NFVF, Honorable Khabo, NFVF, I don't believe that they need more funding. That's the first point I want to state. And we can arguably have the wrong people in charge here. Now, I just want to pose a snap question for a response, then I'm going to run through what I want to say. The establishment of the provincial structures, the identification of the provincial structures, there are established ones, there are emerging ones, and there are underserviced ones. Can the CFO give an indication about the apportionment of funds allocated to established, emerging, and underserviced? Because I see there's 3 provinces established, 3 emerging, and 3 underserviced. I would just like that answer, please. Then I'll run through the rest, Chairperson. Thank you.
CFO.
Chair, if I may. So thank you, Honourable Daniels, for that question. I think it did come up before. Our mandate is national. So because of that national mandate, which is also prescribed by the Act, we are not in a position to ring-fence funding for different provinces. We have to apply our mandate nationally. However, like I was saying before, when it comes to the serviced and the underserviced provinces, our approach is to prioritize underserviced provinces in all the funding, because when we have to report back to the department, whether it's for normal funding or special projects, they want to know how we spent it. We have to qualify it. They want to know how much funding was spent in each of the different provinces. If it's job-related funding, how many jobs were created there. So that's why I mentioned the approach about the road shows, and even in the evaluations with the chairpersons of each of the panels. There will be times where they will be deliberate to say, we will start with applications from the Northern Cape, then we'll go to the Free State, then we'll go to the North. So we'll start with your underserviced provinces, then we will look at applications from your service provinces at the end. So with that strategy, the idea is that the apportionment of the funding is fair, that it does not sit where we know we will get the bulk of the applications. So that's essentially how the process is. I think the indication of the provinces was not to say, it was really an indication to say, in terms of the industry, how do these provinces operate, right? So your Gauteng, the bulk of the work is there. The bulk of your applications will be from Gauteng, followed by the Western Cape and then KZN. And some of the conditions, the environmental conditions, are outside of the NFVF's control. So in the Northern Cape, in the Northwest, there are socio-economic issues and challenges which go beyond what the NFVF can respond to. But we do follow that strategy to make sure that we apportion the funding as fairly as possibly as we can across all the 9 provinces.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chairperson. So I'm not truly satisfied with the response, and I'll tell you why. Hey. You see, Chairperson, in politics we talk about redressing the imbalances of the past. Hey, tada.
Order, honorable members.
You know, so, I mean, it's not coincidence that we find most of the aspiring ones in the industry, they relocate to where the established provincial structures are, leaving our provinces void of those people. And it's not right. It cannot be that we are told that the apportionment is fairly done, but yet we are talking about emerging and underserviced structures. I would be embarrassed to use the word underserviced when I'm in charge of this entity. It shouldn't be. Because if it was fairly apportioned, we will never have underserviced. Underserviced synonymous is that we are lacking to support certain areas. That's what underserviced means. So that can never be accepted. I also hear that, no, it's not ring-fenced, but as true as Bob, I'm pretty much sure that the bigger chunk is going to where the established provincial structures are. That's not how you redress the imbalances. That must change, Chairperson. Yo, if you come from apartheid, you will know what it means to redress imbalances. We cannot contribute to the same standard and the norms from where we come from. How are we not embarrassed when we go to these areas and we look at the people and think, ah, it's not your turn now, we are still busy going to Igoli. That cannot be right. That must change, and it's not a request, it's an instruction. We must change this entity, Chairperson and colleagues. Now, I want to go to the core funding pillars because there's marketing and distribution funding, there's skills and development training, so surely there is a procurement process to get those service providers on board. I have one question. Those people who see to the adjudication, how long have they been serving in that position? Has it been, can I just be protected, Chairman, because it's distracting me, Chairperson?
Just give the honourable member an opportunity to speak.
How long, and I want that answer, how long has the same people been there? Because I tell you what, it's a great chance to loot resources and funding. There's brown envelopes, there's what, because I've got my preferred service providers that I'm going to use over a long period of time. So the question of how long have those people who adjudicate these things been there is relevant to my concern. You see, Chairperson, now I'm going to touch on the other uncomfortable things that my colleagues have raised. I've heard my colleagues make mention that colored people are preferred in certain instances. Me sitting here as an honorable member of Parliament, I am very happy that some people are disturbed that colored people are being given opportunities because it's our turn. Like it or not, beard is beard, turn is turn. Now, I'm very happy also that the entity has explained the list of names of people who were successful. And that speaks to Rainbow Nation representation. Which means then that, why is it that those who are referred to or identified as Africans in particular have a problem when there's white people and Indian people and colored people getting opportunities? I'll tell you what the real problem is here. For 31 years, the African National Congress, who is a national congress for Africans, and us not being identified or recognized as Africans, does not make or did never make time for colored people and Indian people and white people to serve in these positions. Now that there's a change of guard, and we are saying, let us be fair. Let us apportion those positions to everybody. And that was confirmed now when the entity mentioned the names. I can only deduce from that point that the problem is that these entities are not black only or exclusively or African in particular. That by itself is a problem.
Can we call order?
We need
Chair?
we need to.
Can I rise on a point of order?
I don't think there's any order yet to be called.
Honorable Khabo, what is your point of order?
You know, when you want to quote us, you must quote us in verbatim. What we are having a problem is the process, not individuals. We never said that we have a problem with individuals. So that's why I'm calling order. I'm not disputing the contents. Just saying quote us in verbatim as to what is the problem. We don't have a problem with colors. We don't have a problem. We've got a problem that the process was followed. Not only with colors, even Africans are there.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. You see, Honorable members, I want to guard against members of this portfolio committee to respond on issues amongst one another. We are confronted as members of parliament with presentations, and in our response, we have to deal with those presentations in terms of our oversight. I want us to do only that. And I really want to guard against members to engage, because then I must give each and everyone a chance to elaborate in terms of what has been meant. Proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. I need 1 more minute. I just want to say also to the film, and what's this thing, Honorable Khabo? Yes. yes. I just want to say to them, they're saying that they don't have money, they're asking us for more money. But when they see some people didn't make it, those applicants, they call them in, they say, come, I'm going to show you how to do the proper application so that more people must come and knock and say, I qualify, where's my funds? I just don't understand why you would do that if you are bleeding money and you don't have enough. But you're inviting more people come. You can't make the circle bigger if you are claiming not to have enough, even though I think you've got more than enough. My last point, Chairperson. And I'm going to land on this point, and it's going to take me 2 steps back now, but I'm going to say it. On numerous times, the Minister, the DG, DSEC, had to respond to a question that has been recycled in this meeting. And it's about the secondment of the CEO. That question has come up how many times? From one corner to the other corner. Now that by itself, it's like somebody asked me one day, Ish, they keep on asking me questions. How many times must I be not guilty until I'm found guilty? The response by everybody to that recycled question from corner to corner was consistent. but it was forever being asked, meaning then that you are not happy with the response and you're going to continue to ask, hoping that a different response is going to come. That gives me a sense of politics at play, and a sense that it's personal, Chairperson.
Honorable Daniels.
I know you don't like what I'm saying, Chairperson, but I've said it. I'm done now, Chairperson. Thank you.
I don't want to deny you any opportunity to say what you want to say. But you must remember, if members ask questions, it is there. I can't dictate what questions they must ask the minister. And the fact on the table is that questions have been asked, and you're correct, every single meeting, but different entities. It's different entities that are appearing. So members ask these questions. And let's keep the decorum of this House. We are running out of time.
No, I'm not responding.
But what I want to...
Now the sequence was Honorable Daniels, then Honorable Mataung, then Honorable Tetwa, then Honorable Musa. Honorable Makhat, I will give you an opportunity. We're running out of time. And I'm sure you don't want me to bring back my clock again.
But I just want to talk a little bit.
Yeah,
Just
that
to
little bit mustn't be a response on what Honorable Daniels has said.
No, we are not responding.
Please, I want peace amongst you guys.
Yes.
Honorable members.
When we are here, all of us, we are honorable councillors.
Yes.
And I think all of us, we must respond like honorable councillors. But if we can take the things the way they are, in future, we'll have problems. So let's be honorable councillors and then assist each other.
Just correction, Chairperson. That's not local government. Okay.
Yeah, I understand the honorable member means honorable members. Honorable Khabo, can I skip you?
Skip me, it's fine, you can skip me. I'm not responding. I wanted to make a proposal as you are closing.
Progressive, okay.
I just wanted to make a proposal on your, if you are closing.
I'll come back.
Okay, fine.
I'll come back to you. Honorable Mataung. Don't forget, Public Service Commission is here, and I'm going to give them an opportunity to wrap up.
Yes.
So don't be part and parcel of that work. Honorable.
Okay, thank you so much. Something disturbed me a bit, but it's fine. When the board spoke about that at the present moment, internally, they will be choosing a CEO. So I just wanted to find out from them what stopped them earlier for the minister to intervene in order to choose the CEO at the first place, the past CEOs that they've left. Okay, that's my first question. When the board or the people that were selected, did you guys choose any person with disability? That's another question. If in those 14 people that you have, do we have anyone with disability there? Another one, in all the films that have been granted the funding and went out to be screened wherever that they are screened, whether it's international or locally, after those films, what are these guys doing about these films? Don't we have maybe a certain mode? Maybe we can say, okay, because of we have a broadcaster like SABC, and we can just do a certain proposal and say to them, you know what, because of we've granted these guys this, can it also, all these films play on our channels? That would be the best thing, because of we're saying we develop them. If we develop independent producers and production houses, so So why don't we take these films and they play on our local channel television? Remember, SABC had a competitor and it hit us very hard when that competitor came in with short films. So this is an opportunity for NFVF to make sure that we don't just give people grants to make films after they put them on their shelves. Some of these films, they don't even make, I was speaking a good thief, 90% of them. Some of them, they don't even go to international festivals. Same applies to the documentaries. Why can't we get a slot in our own channel that we have? We have SAPC 1, 2, and 3. Why can't we get a slot? And there's a huge gap. And remember, SAPC has a mandate to educate. And some of these films, when people are putting the proposals, you also have a mandate to say, these are the films that we're taking. So why don't we groom these young men and stop looking at those bigger production houses? You know, I don't want to call them names, but they are making money, but we still fund one and the same companies time and again. Why? We have even producers who wouldn't mind, or even if we say, let's go to Northwest and we do a film festival. It could be a film festival for people from Northwest. It could be a film festival from people from Mpumalanga. Then we choose from those films there, because of this, there will be panels and judges that will be judging. And from that thing, then that's when we take, okay, we took about 10 films, which is the best outstanding, then they'll play on the SAPC. That's all that we want. That's how we develop people. All this thing of shoving the money everywhere, it doesn't work, guys. If I can say, TP, how many films, Doctor, Kunma now, how many films, right. How many films have you watched? Just in Jonga as in Bugelele, or when they were black, then I'll say, okay, wow. But which films have you watched ever since NFVF, or ever since it took office? Or have you been to NFVF offices and you see how they worked? These guys, they have editing studios there inside. If they taken students who are disadvantaged areas who believes that they want to be editors, they have cameras, there's guys that wants to be DOPs who cannot afford to go to these schools. I don't want to name them. Have we ever had that kind of a method to say, let's develop in that such? Last one. You guys said you're paying about 200 and something thousand for a rental office. I don't know. Is there any way? Because of NFVF for me is like a film hub, you know, where every one that wants to start to produce a film wants to start there. Can't we just buy our own space and make sure that whoever that wants to come in, and they will know that this is the home that we need to cry for, especially those wants to develop themselves. We don't cry about the other ones that already they can manage to pay the school fees, the fees and stuff. But for the areas that we go to, you know, to say, okay, let's equip these kids. Let them come in, let them learn, let them do this, let them develop. Then we can do the job placements to the bigger productions.
Thank you, Honorable Matang.
Thank you.
Honorable Tetwa, and then Honorable Musa. Questions?
Thank you, Chair. Two questions that were not answered. I asked how much did NFVF support the best documentary, and how much, if there's any international film that they've supported, how much did they support with? Maybe I should allow them to answer that because they ducked that question before I come to the questions, my follow-up questions, Chair.
Can you respond to the two questions?
Thank you, Member of Parliament, for that question. We find a number of projects that go internationally. When you say best documentary, do you mean the one that was mentioned here? Because I think we've had a number of documentaries that we've funded that have gone internationally. We've had projects that have gone to Russia this year, which were part of the Youth Filmmaker Project. And each one of those was made at 500,000. You have...
Can the member please answer my question? I asked how much did they fund the best documentary that they talked about on the presentation? Not the preamble that she's giving me.
Okay, the funding.
How much did you fund that best documentary?
So
And
for development, it was funded.
In terms of international movies, I'm talking about a movie that is coming from abroad that is going to be assisted or be made in South Africa with maybe producers from South Africa. Is there any movie that you have done that has that aspect?
So the project that was mentioned, Black Women and Sex, was funded 100,000 rather for development, and it was funded 500,000 for production, and that was just the NFVF. Of course, it did raise money elsewhere. We do have a number of projects that are co-productions, which are funded with South African money and with money from other countries, which South Africa has a co-production with. Some of them is with Holland, Netherlands. We can actually share the numbers in those. I don't think it would be fair because to give those numbers in terms of how much the holistic number is in this public platform. However, we can share the particulars of those projects with the permission of the producers because we're not the sole funder.
Chair, when it comes to international, they can't disclose.
It's not. I
just want to know the reason why I'm asking this question. I just want you to pick one movie and say, for instance, for this movie that was made by an international company in collaboration with South Africans, we funded this much.
I think, Honourable Member, we're not DTI. We don't fund international companies. We only fund South African producers. So any of the projects that we would have funded would have been South African projects. So one of them that was screened earlier in the year in Berlin was A Heart of a Muscle, which was funded 1.8 million by NFVF. So in terms of funding international projects, we can only fund from a co-production element, but we don't fund international. We don't do a rebate, and we're not a tax incentive either.
Okay, so are you saying that there's no movie where you have assisted South Africans to participate in the collaboration? There's no international movie that you have participated to help South Africans to work with international stars, producers, film companies in order to gain skill. There's no movie like that.
So, like I'm saying, we have had co-productions which we have funded. All our co-productions would have been funded at 1.8. We've just now announced a project which is funded 1.8, but of course it's going into production now. It has not yet
No, thank you. I don't want to know what you are doing now. I wanted to find out. I wanted to check the numbers. If you take the production, the local production serious as you take the international production serious, you are funding local companies 600,000 to make a movie or documentary, but you can go 1.8 when it comes to international. That's
No,
the
sir.
problem.
No, sir. That was a South African project. It was funded 1.8. It showed internationally. It is a South African project with South African producers. It's actually a team of producers that actually are multiracial that were funded. It's just that they showed their project internationally. It is precisely because it was a good film that it managed to get attraction internationally. It is not an
Problem is that you
international
want to
project.
explain all these things. You want to gloat to us that you've done this and this.
But
and
it's
that.
a South African
You
project
did not
to
get
simplify
my
the question.
No, the problem you did
Can I
not
make
get
the
my question.
following-
But let me allow
Honorable
you.
Mtetwa, can I make the following ruling? If we ask the question, let's give NFVF the opportunity to respond. And if you're happy with the question, indicate so. But don't interrupt if she is responding.
No, Chair, she's taking my time and she's answering things that I didn't ask. If she doesn't understand, she must ask to clarify. Because she's chowing my time and I know what I'm trying to do. I want to compare our commitment to our own local filmmakers. All right. In line with DSEC's mandate, social cohesion or transformation is part of what we must achieve post-1994. In terms of the announcements that you made in your funding NFVF, financial year 2025-2026, where you have marketing and distribution, international bursary recipients, so and so. Can you give me figures in terms of how many colored people you funded, how many Indians you funded, how many black people you funded, how many white people you funded? Secondly, the demographics of who you funded, from where. Women, how many women were funded in that process? How many people with disabilities were funded? How many people from the youth were funded in this current financial year? And further to that, under the funding that deals with feature post-productions, you have Robert Dos Santos, who was funded. This Is How the World Ends. That's the production, a PTY Ltd. Why there are no figures displayed in your report on that one? How much did he get in terms of your funding? Thirdly,
Hold there, Honorable Mtetwa, let we get the response. Are you in a position to respond to that very important question? You are happy to respond. What is this?
We just need a check.
Respond. TDG.
Deputy
Can
Chair.
we get order in the meeting? You can respond if you want to. I'm referring to you.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I'm not operations and I don't have the data, so I would refer the question to the operations team who has the data. Thank
Okay,
you.
no, I understand because I appreciate the fact that you liaise and advise. That's why I said you can respond.
I mean,
but that's a very, very important question.
Yeah.
And if that answer cannot be given now, we need that ASAP.
Yeah, I mean, I can speak, for example, as a council member who had oversight over the PESP, the presidential project. And for example, there we definitely had, if I remember the numbers, I don't know the exact numbers, but it was majority black African people who received funding from the treasury for projects. The numbers, I don't have a laptop with me, so I don't have the numbers with me, but our operations team is here and they should be able to access the info.
Okay, let's get it. Let's get the information. Very important question. If you have
may I ask the parliamentarian, is it a specific project or a period that you want to know about?
It's the 2025-2026.
Which we are the current financial year.
Yeah, the current financial year, what you have approved for projects.
So far.
Yes.
Okay,
it's-
and that would be the internal, because we also had managed PESP. But let's look at the figures for the current. Yeah, let's look at the NFVF specific funding for the current financial year.
The spread as well.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll do that. It is tracked, so there are numbers.
Honorable Mtetwa, proceed. I think the numbers will still come. Okay, there we go. We got numbers.
Yeah.
I think the council or the chairperson asked in terms of who have been funded. We can give the demographics, but it won't. It's so sorry. So we are still only in our second quarter, but from the first quarter we have funded about 12 black females, 15 male females, 7 white females, 6 white males, 1 female colored, 2 female Indians, and 1 male Indian. And I think I think I must contextualize that. I think
Of my colleagues, Chairperson, for it's the one colored factor that got everybody buzzing here.
yes, but allow me to qualify it. I think what we have seen in terms of our application over the years, and I think this is across the board, whether it is students or professionals who are applying. The term black, or the people that have applied under the term black, does also consist of colored females and males, as well as Indian males and females. For instance, we've had particularly people that we know that if you, I don't know, if you wanted to culturalize them, they would be Indian, but when they apply as black. And I think unless I'm wrong, we are not able to declassify or reclassify people, rather. So we do have a number of colleagues or people of the colored community that classify themselves as Indians, and as black.
Thank you so much.
While they are.
Thank you, that's fine. Honorable Mtetwa.
Chair, no, thank you for stopping, because this is what the problem is. She wants to justify and cloud facts.
Yeah, but I think, Honorable Mtetwa, I support you in the question, and I think we need specifics. We need specifics irrespective the explanation. And I think they have to submit that to the committee members. Proceed. They have it on record, so
we have it on the laptop, so it can be sent easily.
It can be sent within 3 days.
The reason I asked that question, I started by contextualizing the issues, that it is the DSAC's mandate that you are assisting to attain, and in relation to social cohesion. Now, having 85% of colored people funded by NFVF, that is not social cohesion. That doesn't speak to transformation. Now you are hiding the truth behind. You are talking about 12 this, 12 that. That is not true. It can't be 12 from the funding that went into marketing and distribution. Okay? International bursary recipients. Training service providers. Service providers, it can't be one person who is a service provider. And when we talk about beneficiaries, and we want to see the impact, we want to know how much impact you are making in dealing with the imbalances that we had. Post-1994, we're dealing with imbalances. We are not only dealing with numbers. And also you must be able to justify, you can't say I've allocated 85% for colored people when colored people constitute 15% of the population, and then you marginalize the majority of people who constitute 70% or 80%. You must be able to use rationalism in how you approach this. It's not about colored or black people or Indian, but it is about the rationalization of what we want to achieve post-1994. Now, you also have, I want to check quickly, you also have here in Cape Town, because that's where you are also very big as NFVF, here in Cape Town, where you have a studio that is owned by government but given to a private company, which we must go and do oversight, Chairperson. I'm trying to get that message that says, can you assist in checking this? Because this young person is asking, how do we establish a film commission in Cape Town? How do we establish a film? Because you have given this private company all the powers to do everything that has to do with film in Cape Town. Yet when you paint this picture of your report, you speak as if you are serving the entire province. But you are basically giving to one person over and over, over and over. So it's that question, and maybe we should do an oversight visit to that one, but they know which company I'm talking about. They know which entity. They can explain what is the arrangement. Maybe if you've got arrangement with this private company, that is why you've given it the government entity to operate from. Thanks, Chair. I think those are my questions.
Yeah, can you respond to the letter pertaining to the company?
I think our operations team would need more information. I mean, this. Can you give us the letter? Can you show us the letter? There needs to be more information about this, because I understand it's something being brought from someone in the public, but we need more information. Thank you.
Right. Honorable Mtetwa, if it's possible that we can submit that information. It is interrogation and based on our oversight. It is relevant, and I appreciate the fact that you would like to have the information. I think we can submit it later on. I'm now going to give an opportunity to Honorable Musa, then the Honorable Khabo, then I'm going to ask Public Service Commission to have their closing remarks, then Dr. Kumalo, and then we are going to close this meeting with some recommendations.
Thank you, Chairperson. I know it's quite late, but I'm left with an extremely important concern, and that is a statement and a submission which I want to drop a bombshell upon, which brings us all to know and understand the importance and veracity of the breach of the legislature framework. Now, we all sitting here have a fiduciary duty, and you can check this out in law. And that fiduciary law that I'm referring to is in terms of the legislature framework that we have in front of us. And it's important for us to caution you, and all of us, that in terms of the King Code of Governance, we have to caution that the members of the board are responsible in their personal capacities of what has transpired here today. In terms of the allegations, the serious allegations that are addressed here today. So from my side, that is what I just want to caution us all, so we know and understand the veracity of the legal implications. Please check this up with the legal team, and understand that when your board members are not here, 9 of them, which we questioned at the beginning, and the mandate that you have implicates all those other 9 members, should you be found guilty. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Musa. Before Honorable Khabo, Honorable Mataung, you indicated that there was a question not responded to. Can you please rephrase it quick?
No, mine was more based on in terms of the filmings that they've granted funds to independent producers and production houses. What can they do with them in order to play in our own channels like your SAPC and stuff? That was one of the other things.
Yeah.
Can they look at that way or something? Yeah.
Yeah, alongside that as well, also speak to benchmarking in the industry.
Thank you, Chair. Just to respond to Honourable Mutawung, so the NFVF funds through the grant funding process, but then we also have, as part of our APP targets, slates. So some of those production slates are done with distribution platforms like the SABC and other platforms as well. So the idea there, for example, the Youth Filmmaker slate, the idea there is for the female filmmaker slate from ideation of your idea. So script writing, coming up with the content, the concept, script writing, producing, directing, right to the completion of that short film. That agreement then it will be done with a distributor so that there is space for that film to be seen. So with those slates, we get to achieve that. It's not necessarily something we get to achieve with all of the grants, but that's why we do have on the APP target those slates so that we get to achieve exactly what you're talking about. Obviously, there's growth for that, but it's something that the NFVF has been doing for a number of years now, where we'll have a facilitating or mentoring production company, mentor 10 youth in a year or 10 female filmmakers in a year, and then they have to produce the short films, which will then be seen on a distribution platform, be it SABC or whatever the case is. So some of them have been shown on local platforms. Maybe it speaks to the elevation of marketing that a bit more so that some of the MPs are a bit more aware, but that is something that the NFVF does. I just wanted to respond to Honourable Mteto's question around the grants. I was just trying to draw up the numbers. You had asked specifically about marketing and distribution in this financial year. So for the film festival and market hosting grants, we provided 11 black applicants, 3 coloured, 2 Indian, 2 white, and then of those 11 were male and 7 were female. And then so that was for film festival and market hosting, and then for marketing and distribution, of the 8 grants, one recipient was coloured, 1 was Indian, 3 were black, 3 were white, and then the split was 5 female and 3 male.
Thank you so much. Can you take us through the benchmarking?
Chair, I think with the benchmarking, what makes sense is to look at like markets, similar to South Africa. The challenge there is that in most of the similar markets to South Africa, your national funding bodies, their budget is not even comparable to ours. So they are able to provide a lot more sustainable support with the private sector over time. The challenge with us is it's not just budget, but number one, you have a developmental mandate. So you then have to come up with these financial strategies that the CFO was talking about. You have to have the film fund in place. So you need those structures in place to be able to now speak to what the international benchmarks are. So countries like New Zealand, like Ireland, which I would assimilate to South Africa more than others, their government structures are a lot more broad than what ours are.
I understand. I just wanted to assess whether there is, because it can only be to the advantage of of us when it comes to a number of things, development, retaining, and all of those. The Honorable Khabo.
No, Chairperson.
No, I'm not going to Honorable Mtetwa.
Chair, the question on Jose dos Santos. This is the world. I don't know. They haven't given us.
They have asked for more information. Let's do this. We will submit the questions. We are 20 minutes, 10 minutes over time.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm not going to waste a lot of your time. One, we must agree. I was expecting the DG to give us those letters, and I'm still waiting for those letters. So as it cannot take you more than an hour to look for the letters that you sent to Treasury, and they gave you a response giving you a go ahead. I'm still waiting for that letter. And I will not want to leave this meeting without that letter. That is number one. Number two, from a government point of view, there seems to be no interest on saving the money of government. And this is my reason. The DG is aware that there was a report that speaks of amalgamation of certain entities. And for as long as we are not taking that route of amalgamating them, we'll still be caught up in this situation. If we can be provided with that report, that is the first thing. But the second thing, it is the legislative. The third thing is the legislative framework. The legal team had requested that to give us pieces of, in fact, different legislations that we need to review as a committee. And we had requested that we should be embarking in that process. I'm raising this because it's not for the first time we raise the issue of powers that cannot be subjected to scrutiny. We have raised this thing before, and we are legislators. There's nothing stopping us to review those pieces of legislation. What must happen is that the DG must lead that process of making sure that we bring that those pieces of legislation as a committee. We initiate the process. That is the third thing that I wanted to raise. You see, Chairperson, we must not be taken for a ride, and we must refuse to be treated as stupids. People must not come here and lie, because we'll make our own research here. The DG, maybe as part of closing, Chairperson, I've asked one or two things, but let me go back to this one. I've asked between the 2nd of September and today, who's overseeing this entity? No, I've never responded to that question. The response was rather saying that instead of, I want you to confirm, are you saying that there is no one, as things stands, designated by the board or whoever, like the minister usually does, to act as a CEO? Because that's what the impression that you have created in your response. The last issue, Chairperson, now I want to propose to this committee that the minister, we must drag him. We must direct the minister to the ethics committee. We must resolve on taking the minister to ethics committee. We've got reasons why we are raising that in terms of the process. And unfortunately, Chairperson, with us, you are stuck with us for the next 5 years. If we sound like a broken record in this first year,
unfortunately... The unfortunate part, you are stuck with me for a lesson.
Yes. I'm proposing that we must take the minister to the ethics committee. And I've got enough reasons why I'm saying the minister must be taken to the ethics committee. Apart from misleading this committee, the minister was sitting there saying that he has used section 6, subsection 2. When you go to that section, it does not speak of that. The second thing, the responses that we are getting to the minister isn't when we are raising clarity-seeking questions. The minister seems not to be willing to respond, but rather wants to treat us as if we are his ball boys and girls who will run around with water and tea for him. Unfortunately, we are not that type. Those are some of the reasons why I'm raising. The fourth thing, DG, you must tell us where is Mr. Blennis. Mr. Blennis, the one who resigned from our people.
Order, Chair.
Honorable Jacobs. Honorable Daniels.
Jacobs. We're from the same party, yes. Chair, you are chairing this committee, and you are permitting aspersions to be casted here. about posture of the minister and all those things. I've heard the minister respond to every question he was asked, and I've heard the responses being echoed also by DSEC. So we cannot also, when we talk about misleading, I was quiet and I cannot sit here as a leader of my organization and allow people to be misled also here.
No,
Chair.
Honorable Daniels, let me rectify. You're sitting here as a member of the portfolio and not as a member of your organization.
These utterances is personal, Chairperson.
No,
anybody can see it as clear as daylight.
Just give me a hearing. Earlier on, there was a rebuttal and references to X. And this was read and that was read. Now the honorable member is ventilating the issues and give reasons for his motivation, i.e. ethics committee. That is what the honorable member is doing currently. Furthermore, the honorable member have mentioned a lot of things pertaining to a letter he wrote to the minister. The department is here, the DM is here, the DG is here. This committee will get a response, or the member will get a response who have written a letter. The member is also now asking, where is a certain particular individual? It's in the report. I have, as the chairperson, given an opportunity, and he's the last one. So I don't want to deny him from what he is. So he's saying nothing personal. Nothing personal. The rebuttal was on the act. The minister read the act. The honorable member read a different act. So that is disputable. But we need, when these minutes are going to be rectified, or there is further action that anyone wants to take, these must then be brought together to see who has misled this parliament or not. Honorable Khabo, proceed.
Chairperson, with that being said, I'm fine. I therefore submit my case in relation to the minister being taken to ethics committee with issues that I've raised. And secondly, the last part, I think PSC will then advise us in this regard, because we have made mention on the number of things, and I'm happy that the PSC is here. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I will not be tempted. I refuse the temptation. I refuse the temptation of responding, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. The Public Service Commission.
Thank you, Chairperson. First, I want to say thank you for having invited us. It was an eye-opener, but because of time, I'm going to ask our DDG, Dr. Sidibe, to just give the advice and the way forward. And the invitation will take it up that we have an interaction with yourselves as well as a committee and the PSC. So I'm going to hand over to Dr. Sidibe.
Thank you. Doc, before you go, I think on the 19th, Honorable Khabo, just earlier today, you were part and parcel of that meeting. We approved that we are going to have a meeting with Treasury and the department on the amalgamation issue that you are talking, because that is an issue that has been raised. It forms part of our program. Doc.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me be brief. I think the key question was whether the Public Service Act supersedes the NFV Act. Let me nicely say all acts of parliament are largely at the same level. The Constitution is the supreme. Anything that is an act of parliament, it is at the same par with any other act. But what is happening here is that all acts of parliament create integration between various acts. And that is why you will see that the NFVF gives the role to the minister to perform particular functions, the DG, and then also there are obviously clearly stipulated powers. And my understanding is because this foundation is performing particular duties on behalf of the department, there would also be a shareholder agreement or contract that provides a lot more detail on the operations, and the minister and the DG or their nominees would serve in the council as shareholders. I don't know what they call it, but we generally call it a shareholder representative. They don't have veto power, they don't have the majority, but they are a shareholder because this entity is performing the duties. So all of these integrations, they need to be understood by the committee, because this particular council and the minister on certain actions, they are still required to confer with the Minister of Trade and Industry, the Minister of Finance, and so forth. So I just want to indicate that to a greater degree, what I am seeing is a lot of what the department is trying to do is provided for in the act of the foundation itself. There might be different interpretations, and there are a number of areas where the act itself does not talk about other things. Like it talks about the foundation having the power through the council to second people somewhere, but it doesn't say anything anywhere else. What happens when the council cannot find an internal candidate to appoint to act as a CEO? And in that case, the shareholder cannot throw their hands in the air. They need to provide guidance, and it is normal practice within the public sector to have the shareholder then looking for a person within the administration to second for a particular duration. So maybe the very last point that I want to make, because I don't want to go into the details of what we were looking at here, is that acts of parliament of conflict in a collaborative manner as required by the constitution before maybe you start acting against each other in a punitive manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo.
Chairperson, I don't know whether to say I need protection from an honorable member on the other side, but just two things, Chair. We've taken note. I think we will send the correspondence that Honorable Khabo is looking for, and I think you've addressed the issue of amalgamation. I did talk about it. Maybe Honorable Khabo was outside. The issue that I wanted just to raise, what members have actually been commenting about, and I think there are recommendations and all those things. We are aware that the board has developed a new funding strategy, and I think it's incumbent on us to then look at the extent to which it begins to respond to some of the things that have actually been raised. I think very lastly, a quick one. Chair, as we look at ways to grow and enhance and improve as well ourselves and the entities, we just had a sectorial planning session where we were looking at, just simple things. NFVF provide bursaries. In the provinces, you find bursaries being provided. In the department, you find that. Now, our approach is not integrated in terms of it translating to impact. And when we report, we would say 140 bursaries on language, they would say on film and all of that. So we were sitting together, all of us, the department, provincial departments, all of them were there, all 28 entities were represented because we want to move towards that. And what came out of the two-day session, we do think will help us to really, as I'm saying, continuously look at how we improve and make a better impact on the industry. Thank you, Chair.
DM, I'm not leaving you alone.
Yeah, in my language, they say,
Meaning?
Khabo will translate. Yeah. So, yes, Chairperson, thank you very much. It has been 5 hours of robust oversight, and it gave one a lot to think about. And, a 160 million budget should make people happy. We can't sit for 5 hours, arguing and not coming into conclusion. It's sad. it shows that there's a lot that needs to be done. I reflected on creative and business collaboration. I think it's one thing that we really need to look into going forward. The portfolio committee raised issues related to access to inclusivity, demographics and geographical spread quite very sharply. And we've taken note of that. And that it cannot be one province that has the monopoly of filming. It cannot be correct, especially if we want to address the imbalances of the past. So a child from Gungundlovu, a child from a deep rural vendor does not have to travel, take 2 transports, Joburg and come to Cape Town. It's not fair. So we are aligned to that. Demographics should really be addressed. But again, without any waste of time, I don't know why Nigeria is doing better than South Africa when it comes to filming. And I want to propose that there are lessons that we can learn from Nigerians, when it comes to filming, because their industry contributes 6.4 billion. Their film industry, it contributes 6.4 billion. And they are #1 film industry and the largest in Africa. I'm sure Honorable Mteta will agree on that, in terms of volume, in terms of number of annual films, and revenue and popularity as well. So it's not one-sided. It's a community thing. It's a Nigerian thing. You go to any village in Nigeria, they are busy filming. We produce 104 films in South Africa, annually. Yeah, 104. That's what research says. It says that we produce 104 films in South Africa. We make them. But then it comes back to the question, who are the beneficiaries? Who are the role players? So it means it's external people coming and, filming here. So it's not necessarily South African. So that also needs to change. Chair, I want to propose that maybe in the next meeting, let's have a joint meeting with DTI, because they also play a major role in the life of NFVF. Yeah, ANC people cannot pronounce this, the problem. So yes, Chair, that's what I wanted to propose, that let's have a joint meeting with DTI, because they can also add value in terms of promoting and making sure that this entity works. I will pause there, and thank you very much for the robustness. We've learned a lot.
Thank you so
much. We can
much.
only improve from this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much.
And GFC. You also need GFC.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, thank you for your hard work today. Tomorrow we will have another 7-hour session. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, thank you to the Portfolio Committee, obviously, for the passion that has been displayed here towards this entity. To be honest with you, a lot of the questions that you have asked, these are the questions that we have asked as well as a new board. These questions are also...
We just get order. We are going to adjourn now. Just a second.
No,
proceed.
Chair.
These are also...
Can we move, Chair? You gave the entity an opportunity to speak.
No, let me give him an opportunity.
No, Chair. Chairperson. We refuse, Chair. We can't be undermined by a council member. I refuse. I refuse to be undermined by this man, Chair. I refuse.
No.
He's also undermining the leadership of a black woman in the entity. I refuse that. I refuse, Chair. He's not the chairperson. He's not the deputy chairperson. The HOO has spoken on behalf of everyone, so you can't do that, Chair. I refuse.
Deputy Minister, this is the portfolio meeting of the Portfolio Committee. I have given an opportunity and I've indicated who wanted to speak. I'm busy ending this meeting. And the man raised his hand. I'm giving him an opportunity to speak. You proceed.
May I apologize if I had offended anyone. That was not my intention. I just wanted to thank everyone for the input that they have given us.
So I gave you an opportunity. I have noted that.
Thank you.
Honorable members, I just want to say the following. We are having a meeting tomorrow. We are having a meeting. We are having a meeting tomorrow. And this meeting has been scheduled a month in advance. A month in advance the meeting of tomorrow. I received a very stinking letter from the ministry indicating that we are overstepping and overreaching our role as the committee. I have ignored those letters because as a committee we have an oversight role to play onto the executive. Now there is this notion and gesture that most, if not all of the time, when we meet with the ministry, with the department and entities, they come and differ in front of us here. They must get their house in order. I've noticed this with a number of meetings. The Sports Trust is one of them. Now, today I have received a letter from the Adjudication Committee. From DSEC of the Adjudication Committee indicating they cannot attend this meeting with a lousy, shameful and lame excuse that there were communication up and down between the department and the speaker. This committee has nothing to do with that communication. The department felt with the ministry not to come. And we decided to proceed with our meeting. That is what we decided. And I must also say, I will, and I have decided to have a one-on-one with the minister every now and then, and even with the deputy. And I don't want to do these things, DM, to go and pull attendance list of both the minister and the DM in terms of their attendance in these kind of meetings. And also same to say, and we understand ministers and deputy ministers are busy, but it doesn't prevent them from schedule and plan their meetings to be present here. We understand that they are busy and that there are other responsibilities. But also I want to say to honorable members, whether the minister and the deputy minister is not here, these meetings will proceed. It will go ahead and we will make those recommendations and we will make our views known to Parliament. And I'm going to engage with the Chair of Chair's office, with the Speaker's office when it comes to that recommendations. Because, DM, it does not mean anything to this committee who sit with the ministry and the department making recommendations and on the contrary other stuff have been done. With no decency from DSEC to come and say, or the ministry, listen, we are happy, we want to change this and we want to change that. And I want to use one example where a lot of monies have been spent. And I'm going there on October. What is that date? Of the big walk. I'm going there. I'm going to run a 5 kilometer. We have made proposals pertaining to the big walk. It's almost like, they just want to talk. We are taken for granted as a portfolio committee, and I'm taking full exception to that. We cannot sit and make recommendations where the department not even have the decency to say, we hear your cry, let's take this to wherever. If you look at the Soweto marathon, it's in the community. The most beautiful one ever I have ran, I think that the 21 kilometers there. So if we make recommendations, we really want both and all role players to go and peruse those recommendations. Otherwise, it's useless for us sitting here. It's useless for us sitting here. And I'm not going to tolerate any situation in future. Any situation in future. This is not a political meeting where you have the president of the chairperson of a province and after him no one can speak. This is a meeting of the portfolio committee. I'm not going to follow that rule where political meetings where the president or whoever speak, the president has spoken. This is a portfolio committee. And we don't know what the honorable member said. He wanted to say thank you as well. So tomorrow's meeting will be hybrid.
Chairperson, before you close, I want to register a complaint.
Tomorrow's meeting is hybrid. Tomorrow's meeting is hybrid. We want everyone present in tomorrow's meeting. If the panel can't join, which is more likely so, Dr. Kumalo, we want them to join hybrid tomorrow. We have a lot of questions to ask. There's a lot of things happening there as well, pertaining to allocations of monies in the reports that we have read, similar to what Honorable Molachani has mentioned. Now, the Department Sports, Arts and Culture on various occasions had sessions with some and most of the entities. Now, one of the meetings that we had with the department was to have synergy in terms of the reporting and as well as the KPIs. As well as the KPIs. So, some of them are having that synergy with the KPIs. I would like to see that the department, or rather NFVF, work closer with the department when it comes to their KPIs and all of that. I spoke to the adjudication committee, and then I think I've made a note of Honorable Khabo requesting the letters of treasurer. When we started the committee, there was a lot of problems when it comes to speaking terms and all of that. And then I implement a clock system, alarm system. And members, I have given opportunities to say 10, 10, 10, and I leave. I don't want to stop members. I want them to ventilate their issues because we have a certain scheduled time and we have to respect that time pertaining to transport as well. With that said, honorable members, Honorable Daniels, you can raise by letter your complaint that you would like to raise. I have followed due course, I have followed procedure, I've given everyone an opportunity, and I would like to deal with this meeting with the right decorum. With that said, honorable members, I declare this meeting as closed.
Thank you.
No, it's the meeting is closed. So, but it's so wrong, Chair. We can't have these utterances with racial undertones right under your nose, and then don't allow me to speak on it.
Which one does it know, Melon?
The Deputy Minister is saying, don't think because you're colored that you are special to this gentleman sitting here. That cannot be right.
It's wrong. I fully agree that is the case.